I'm really excited about burger. My favorite color is 12.
I don't remember why I wrote that.
I forgot to feed my cat in the morning, and so he said to me, I'm really excited about burger. Whoa. I'm really excited about burger. 2 buns, meat patty, bowl of lettuce. That's not how it works. I'm really excited about burger. I brought my children to a midnight viewing of Veggie Tales 2.
Yeah, I don't know.
Wanna get Subway?
Yeah, I guess. Why am I seeing Civ 7? Civ 7 on Steam. You can pre-purchase it. Do we have a leader list for Civ 7 yet? Civ 7 leaders list. Amina. For the...
Born out a demon, the patron of sorrow. Everything in blindness, the hell of tomorrow. Branded by hatred, fallen to angels. How shall she fare for the freedom till dawn? The demon finds solace in a finite
Wait.
condition. Bred from ideal that's so bound by contrition.
Forewarning, I love you, but it's time to time to. Whoa. Confucius. More coming soon. Pachacuti is back. Interesting. How many hours do I have until, like, normal Civ? Is a question I have. I'm not eating styrofoam. I have 528 hours to Civ 5 and almost 100 into Civ 6. So, how's it gonna be for me with Civ 7? It's gonna be interesting. Hey, at least it's not as bad as, like, my Counter-Strike hours, which is abysmal. It's just bad for my health. It's a lot of hours spent shooting. Oh, and today we have the real ones. Today we have the real ones. No frills, just the classics. Only the classics. Cisco the reason? No. I don't give a fuck about Counter-Strike anymore. Why do I have a ribbon for this? Earned all oh. 1 achievement. Nice. Okay. The What was I saying? Excuse me, is that Aria toilet? Yeah, sure. Oh dear. Fair. Problematic. But let's see. We are doing Disco Elysium again today. Wait, I need to undeafen, don't I? I don't know if Batty's here yet. Is Batty here yet? Oh, you are here yet. Nice. um what we're gonna do, we're gonna do the Punadol. Figure out how to tab without it showing on the other screen. Then we can just wait, there we go. That'll fix it. Punadol. Do I know? Oh no. What is this? Oh no, I don't know. Holy shit, I don't know. It's not Beauty Lies. I'll just type in Beauty Lies because I don't know what else to put right now. Okay. Oh, it's My Letter to the Princess. Okay. Fluffy, you have the power.
World.
Oh, that's Voyages. Harbor part 1. Help me! You're so mean to me. Videos. Done needs to fix this. What? Oh. I don't know why I didn't think it was a Constellation Cradle. Help me! Oh, I'm fumbling this time. I'm fumbling this game. Oh my god. I'm fumbling. I kinda screwed that up. Oh well. I've made too much music. Okay. Harbor shouldn't count as a loss. We'll play this disco game. How long did base cannon take you to make? I feel like I have a date. Do I? No, I don't. I wonder if I could just find the demo files and that would give me an answer. Base cannon. So there's two ways of looking at this. I made a demo called Zencore, which was like some sound design I did, just a sound design demo. So I wasn't making that with bass cannon in mind. I was just making that for fun. But that was on October 8th of 2022. The first demo for bass cannon is this one. Which was 10 days later. And then it seems like the final file for bass cannon was on January 21st. So October, November, December. It took like 2 months, but I wasn't like working constantly on it. The past like 3 or 4 albums, what I do is like, I'll try and get like a decent demo for each song in my idea list. And then once I have a demo that fits everything, then I go through and just like finish each one of them. So I wouldn't say it took 2 months of work finishing bass cannon. It was just like, maybe like a week or 2 of time total on bass cannon, because there are not a lot of demos for this one. I typically label demos by like sessions, so like every time I go in and dedicate a day to working on something, I export it, and then that becomes the demo number. And I have 4 demos and 1 final file. So there are probably 5 days where I worked on bass cannon like dedicatedly. One of the hardest songs in the album to do was Crush, Kill, Destroy, Swag, because I kept jumping between too many different ideas. It's like the original version of Crush, Kill, Destroy, Swag had like... Oh, not that one. Is that a different vocal take?
Can you forget your face? An assembly line devices, a sickly place. It smells of ISIS, it tastes of flies.
I don't remember that vocal take, but...
Smells of... Can you forget your face? An assembly line devices.
Oh yeah, I forgot there was this version.
Nightfall comes and it seems to grow.
Okay, and then there's... Okay, this is the one that's really different. Let's get to this part. that got gutted for bass cannon instead. I've always been fast at making music, but I attribute a lot of that to Ableton because I know Ableton so fucking well that if I think something in my head, usually my hands can automatically just do what needs to be done in Ableton. I don't even think about it. Another part of it is I'm impatient. If I don't get to something that I want to listen to already within a short period of time, I don't want to keep doing it. So it's like I have to know how to like stimulate my monkey brain to like to continue to want to work on something. And so I've also gotten into practices where I'm like stimulating myself enough to like work on something more and more and more. What's funny is like, because my background is strictly in EDM music, and I learned lots of like time-saving shortcuts while starting out that way. And now that I do a lot of stuff that isn't that anymore, those shortcuts and like workflow ideas still persist when I'm making other genres of music. So it's like there was a huge advantage in starting in like the genres that I did, because they teach you a lot about efficiency. The other thing is, I play guitar, I play instruments. I mean, guitar is an instrument. I play guitar, I play piano, and I play drums, and I sing. So when I don't want to spend hours and hours editing MIDI, I can literally just like perform something, which is also a time saver. Being able to play instruments helps a lot with production because you can play it humanly with mistakes and problems, which is what makes it sound better a lot of the time. And on piano, usually if I hear something in my head, I can try and get there quickly. I don't have any education in music whatsoever, so it's just like all by ear. But I think one of the struggle is a lot of people not having like experience with multiple different instruments, and so they have like, even if you're a songwriter or a producer, you might just have one instrument you know how to use, and then that's, you know, something else has to fill in for the other ones. But I've spent time learning enough rudimentary knowledge of each one that I can just like hop on it. I'm still gonna say I'm not like a good guitar player, like not at all. If I ever play guitar in stream, it's gonna be like really shoddy, and it's gonna be like really like just like whatever. But I have so much fun with it, and I eventually do arrive at stuff that is like writable, and that's what matters to me. I don't want to wait to write music. I don't want to wait to write music by waiting to be a virtuoso at something. Like once I know how to do enough basics, I'm going in there. I don't give a shit. I'm gonna start making music with that thing, and I'll learn more about it along the way. Like when I first started making music, I pretty much only knew how to play like 2-3 note chords. And I was like, I'm not gonna wait to be like the greatest piano player in history to start writing music. I'm gonna start doing that with like my rudimentary knowledge. And I just learned more things along the way. Like producing teaches you more about instruments. Monarch is a lot of basic guitar stuff. It really is. I feel like if you wanted to get into guitar, you should listen to Monarch, because like I feel like everyone can play what's on Monarch, which is one of my favorite things about it. Is it's like you don't listen to it, you're like, oh shit, I could never do that. It's like, no, I want that album to be like, holy shit, you can do this, because I don't know shit about guitar. Anyone can do it. That's the exciting thing about music. Is like you listen to my music and you gotta be like, holy shit, I could do that, and you should try. I'm not being modest either. Like art is just like this. The guitar stuff is so complex on there. I don't know if you realize, but how though? It's just like power chords and basic scales. Power chords with a step up, with a two steps up, or whatever you call that. Like the Foo Fighters power chord, whatever it is. The Everlong power chord. And like scales on guitar is just like shapes. You just look at a shape and then you play it. Like, if you put me in a room with actual guitarists, I would look like I would flounder around like the most pathetic little beast ever. Crazy jazz chords. I mean, the jazz chords are mostly piano. I could play jazz on piano. I don't know about the guitar. What was I doing on guitar that was like jazz? I need someone to like tell me what I did on the album because I don't know. Hendrick chord. Use a Hendrick chord on there a lot. What does that sound like? I'm trying to think. Oh, do you mean like stuff like the Heretic? Like when I do the whole hold on. Like one of these. Like one of those. Do 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 do. Wait. Wait, am I just like playing along to this theme song right now? To this menu theme? And on this guitar specifically, this goes up to 2 octaves. I can hit that note. It's so great. That note is so good. Hold on, can I show this on camera? This is the only guitar I have that goes up to 2 octaves, and I can actually... It's the only guitar I have where I can hit the highest note too, because like this cutaway is so fucking good. So I can actually get... It's actually there. I can actually hit that note. I don't have another guitar where I can hit the highest note on the highest fret. I could show... Oh, actually, I'll just show. This is the Fish Whisperer guitar. Headless one. Tutors are down here. It's really cool. Now I know why everyone's saying Skibidi earlier. Anyway, I don't really know much about playing guitar. Anyone can do that. sensitivity goes down with this game. What? Why? Maybe it needs to be... Why is my mouse? Why is my mouse? Is there a way to change the game to be in windowed mode? 'Cause I am not seeing that here. What is your song Heretic about? It's about being surrounded by people who are really bad influences, and it's like you're a heretic for going against them, but you're a heretic for like being yourself as well. You're a dissenter in a religious way to like, no matter what you do, you're going to be like demonized by someone. And so if you're going to be demonized one way or another, you tend to stick with the status quo, and it's about being stuck in abuse cycles like that. And being a bad person in that, because you let that take over you. If that makes sense. So it's like, you may as well, the smarter person would be the heretic to the bad influencers, rather than a heretic to the well-meaning people. But again, the less work you have to put in as a person, the more you tend to just stick with the status quo. There's like definitely in my life, I was around bad people, and then I was a bad person. And I didn't want to fix anything, because everything is like, well, someone's gonna hate me, so I may as well just like not change. Does anyone know if there's a way to make this not full screen? Because my mouse is like, oh wait, hold up. No, wait, I think I might have figured it out. It might be Logitech freaking out. Fuck you, Logitech. Fucking hate Logitech. It's too bad that their mouse form factor is the best for my hooves. You shouldn't have to load my fucking mouse. It's a fucking piece of hardware. Get better. Okay, I figured it out. I think. How do I disable this? There. Fucking... I remember when technology worked. Genuinely, I do. It's too bad it doesn't. Okay, nice. I could complain about technology forever. I'm not gonna subject everyone to that. All I'm saying is, though, this fucking wireless mouse, why don't they just flash information onto it? When my computer starts up, I have to wait for this to get my DPI settings. So I just sort of sit there while it's at the lowest possible DPI. Because they refuse to understand how flashing works. Or it's something about energy saving or whatever. I hate this shit so much. So just this way. Okay, nice. Yeah, I basically just, like, when I turn on my computer, I just sort of wait there until the DPI is recognized. There are onboard memory settings in G-Hub, yes, but it forces it to be on, like... It forces us to be on constantly. So then you lose battery when you're not using it. which is dumb because that's not necessary. My keyboard, this thing has information flashed to it. It doesn't need to be on for the information to be maintained. It's so stupid. Okay. Let's play the actual video game.
Yes?
Oh, Batty, this is the twink I was telling you about, Kim. The partner.
Welcome to Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People. My name is Plaisance. Be welcome, and please take responsibility for the energy you bring into this space. I am the proudest owner of our little shop of culture.
Our little shop of culture.
Annette, yes, my daughter. I hope she wasn't slacking off again with her nose in science fiction. Tell me, was she at her post doing her job like a proper girl? Wonderful. Did you talk to her? Why not? Was she not friendly enough? Were you not compelled to talk to her? Oh yes, okay, that makes sense. It's working then. Yes. Do browse our books, sir. As a young girl should be, with the proper attitude, she'll have a bright financial future.
Oh, wait. There. Everyone is. We're winning. Think of a Korok from Breath of the Wild. Let's say the lyrics to Survivor's Guilt. I don't remember like off the top of my head because I don't remember most of my lyrics off the top of my head. The Heretic one I did. The whole any sudden move could scatter them was like picturing different people as like sort of like rats. Sort of that idea. Sort of just like you have to like tiptoe around people or else they'll like freak out kind of idea. Any sudden move will scatter them. Like there's a bunch of rats and you're supposed to like step carefully or else they're gonna start scurrying and cause problems and stuff. And seeing social situations, positive and negative, within those boundaries, if that makes sense. I think I also saw a commentary at one point of someone saying that there was like a mind-water duality narrative in Monarch of Monsters, as evidenced by there's something in the water. But that's actually not true. The start of Survivor's Guilt, where it says there's something in the water, is because the concept of survivor's guilt is often used in the context of like shipwrecks. So it's like survivor's guilt will develop when like a bunch of people are shipwrecked and everyone dies but one person, and the person who survives gets survivor's guilt. And so it's like there's something in the water. It's a body. It's like the body of the people who didn't survive. Stuff like that. There's no, like, complicated, like, water-mind duality narrative in Monarch. You could ask questions about the Monarch lyrics. Take a second to, like, get into the mode of Disco Elysium, because we got plenty of time. This is probably gonna be a long stream. I think the one thing that everyone's getting wrong is that sexual assault is not the meaning of every single lyric in Monarch. It's like just straight up not. Everyone's like trying to find a way for like every single line to be about sexual assault where it's not. It's a whole mess of things. It's more nuanced than that. People can interpret the lyrics however they want there. That's the thing. So there's my intention, and then there's how people see it. What about play dead, play dead? If we're just talking about play dead, like the chorus, the play dead, play dead, play dead. Play dead is about trauma memory suppression, which is something I deal with. Where either I can't remember something because it's tied to something that my brain is suppressing, or I'm actively attempting to suppress something, and the way that happens is like a memory or a thought will pop up in my head, and before it has the chance to like materialize into something tangible, I immediately push it into a different corner and try to fill my head with a different thought. And the idea of like play dead is like where that memory suppression is so overwhelming, whether it's active or subconscious, that the only way to like feel safe is to just play dead, is to just basically be dead. That's the idea behind play dead, is it's like all this shit is happening, I just have to be roadkill in order for this to go away. Burn the wallflower, loneliness and power. So wallflower equation is echoing some of the sentiments of the heretic, except it's specifically about how loneliness can make you more prone to like people who want to take advantage of you and people who want to be bad influences. And wallflower equation makes that very specific in that this narrative is about loneliness and how that makes you susceptible. And so the burn the wallflower is like a point of advice. It's not to, it's like, it's a very very convoluted way of saying, in a short snappy way, just because you're lonely doesn't mean you should seek actively to try and fix that as soon as possible. Loneliness isn't intrinsically a bad thing. It is something that can be a negative influence in your life, but you have to do everything you can to avoid using that as a way to like claw your way into a lot of situations that you don't want to be in. And to burn the wallflower is to destroy the stereotype of a wallflower, to destroy the stereotype of a loner, and to just admit that one of the most important things you could have is love for yourself, first and foremostly. If you are completely alone, it is still a valid form of love to love yourself, therefore you're not alone. Your brain is such a complex series of neurons, concepts, thoughts, that it is very, very reasonable to consider self-love as being something that prevents true loneliness. So, burn the wallflower, it's like, stop the stereotype of the loner. Loneliness empowers, not because loneliness is something you should seek, but you should allow it to empower you to be a better person, rather than to seek desperate fixes to these things. If that makes sense. Because throughout Wallflower Equation, I'm thinking of very, like, Wallflower Equation is about actual, very specific people in my life. Like, every few lines, I'm switching who I'm talking to from my past. And I'm thinking about literally specific people in my life and speaking directly to them. And the idea is remembering how they took advantage of me and how they shaped me into like a pawn of their worldview, and how I let them. I don't want to be like, oh, woe is me, like, look at what all these people did to me. Like, no, I had self-control and I chose these things too, right? It's like, I had self-control and I had enough awareness to know that I was probably being like a terrible person too. So I don't want to put it all on the people who did this stuff, right? Because there is accountability and self-recognition. But with the wallflower equation, it's like thinking of this very specific moments where that happened, and considering loneliness as a part of it. I think the problem I have with a lot of people's interpretations of Monarch is it's about things done to me, whereas I really want people to focus on Monarch as being like a reflection of the actions I've taken, though, of the bad things I've done, of the bad person I've been. I don't want it. Every like few comments I see are people be like, "Oh my God, sorry, all that stuff happened to you." It's like, no. This isn't about what was done to me. This is about what I did. This is about shit that I did, and like the things that led me to doing those things. Some of that stuff is laid out specifically, and some of it is analogy rather than literal. And so I think that there isn't. I don't really want to give room for the interpretation that people should be sorry for me. I don't want people to say sorry for your trauma, sorry for your this, sorry for that. I want people to just be like, no, I really did kill all those people. Yeah, you're right. You're right, Pico. You got it. You clocked me. No, I didn't. But yeah, that's what I can say. Wallflower Equation is like really probably the most personal song because a lot of it is just true stories. Whereas other parts of Monarch are analogy or allegory and not totally literal. But I saw something earlier. I'm trying to find it. So the line in I was actually talking about this before Monarch came out, that specific line where it's like saying anything is trying too hard but silence is a bastard. And then that's echoed in it's just too much to come clean, too little to just breathe. And the idea is like there's this dichotomy where I have this temptation to just like go out and tell everyone every bad thing I've ever done in my life. But that makes no fucking sense because like that's no one's entitled to that, and also no one asked. Like just going out to people and be like, hi, here's my every sin. And so yeah, some people don't even care either, which actually hurts more because I really would prefer people hear the shit I've done in my life and be like, wow, that sucks. If I were to go out and say, here are things I've done, and someone's like, I don't fucking care, it's like, oh wow, do you have empathy or a heart or something resembling humanity? I don't know. Empathy is not the right word because not everyone has the same level of capacity to experience it. I guess what I mean is like, do you not have morals? But then the other thing is, if I don't say anything, if I don't talk about these things, then I feel crushed by my own guilt. And I feel like I'm dying inside because I can't just talk about it. And so the answer to the survivor's guilt questions are like, to make the album. That's the middle ground. Talking about the problems while also maintaining like everyone's safety and privacy at the same time. So it's like, fuck, everything sucks, so the album helps. Basically, I talk about it, it sucks. I don't talk about it, it sucks. So the album's the middle ground. But a lot of the album follows these themes, so if you like go into the other lyrics and consider those themes, it'll probably make a lot more sense. Anyway, if anyone had any more lyrics questions, I can try and answer them if I remember them. But then we can just move on to Disco Elysium. Some things I can't answer out of being too personal or having specific indications of like things that have happened. Like for some of the Wallflower Equations ones, like I'm not gonna say who those people are, for example. I mean, the album starts with Pest, which is an example where the lyrics are, maybe I'm overthinking, but you didn't try your best. The voices you wielded turned you into a pest. Which is like just evidence of all the weight behind one's actions. I've seen someone also interpreting that as Wolf speaking to Starlight, but that's not the case. It's just Wolf speaking to Wolf. And then the stanza after that, suffocating each moment, killing her slowly. How long did it take? Were you ever so worthy? The killing her slowly is talking about Wolf's former self kind of deal and not talking about Starlight. And the idea is like, the question being asked in the second stanza is, just because you've grown, how do we know it wasn't too late? Were you ever worthy of growing anyway? At what point do you decide someone should just be destroyed? It's a question that's just like unanswered throughout Pest. Vitality Glitch is just about suffering because of thinking of all these things. The trauma suppression's no longer working, and now I remember everything. And it's just about like feeling that suffering and like feeling like I shouldn't do anything about it because I deserve it anyway. That's and when I smile I turn to cry, no happiness should be mine. And even if the flames have long burned out, spare no kindness to the wolf the house. The different characters in the Monarch album. Well, there's Wolf, that's the protagonist, which is the stand-in for like my experiences. And then there's just Arya, who's like a god that's watching over type situation. That's like the main dynamic you need to know. What was behind It's Alive? It's Alive. Okay, so story-wise, in the flow of the album, at the end of Vitality Glitch, when the Frankenstein sample comes in, that's to indicate that Wolf has completed her transformation. And that's when Wallflower Equation begins. Which is like, you know, we're no longer able to rescind anything. The path is determined. It's just like Wolf is finally fully transformed type shit. Okay. I will get to this video game now. So I'm having a problem with this character where I feel defensive over the kid being so anxious, but I feel like if I rat on her, the mom's just gonna like come down on her harder. Oh, can anybody be a saint these days? Each breath congeals in rasters. That's meant to be thought of like really a terminally online sentence of just like it rasters, as in you take a digital object and you ferment it and solidify it in place. So if you do a dynamic like drawing of some sort, and then you group your objects together and raster them, they become one discrete object. And you can no longer like pull apart the parts of it. So the idea is that is like feeling like everything you do is observed, and everything you do is like always going to be a reflection, always. Like you can't what's the word? It's just like it's just like hard to know at what state your life is in, because you're just remembering these things so vehemently that they may as well be like an emblem on your brain or something. So it's literally just like this image is rasterized. Yeah, you can't separate yourself and your past actions. It's hard to distinguish these things. Okay. But again, I have no idea what to do here, because I don't want to rat on the girl outside of the building, because her mom seems like a tight ass. I'll probably do a whole remake of Do It All differently, by the way. Did I sample Jane Remover? I don't think I did. I don't remember that. But I have an idea to do that with Love and Pony stuff, because there's this like build up sound at the end of one of the songs on Frailty, where it's like someone like screaming or like a baby crying or something. It's like starting really quiet and then growing louder. I was thinking of using that as a transition sound in Love and Pony stuff.
The woman before you scans the store, her shoulders rigid and tense. Every now and then, she nudges her glasses.
Heavy drinking is not a good stat to level in this game. I chose the smart one. It is IRL.
Then why are you talking to me? Everything is on the shelves to browse. Don't you feel compelled to buy anything? See those shelves there? Go. Be drawn. Everything is on the shelves. Take a look yourself. The shelves compel you, don't they?
She smiles and nods, seemingly relieved.
What is her problem?
A small mountain of colorful board game boxes. There are numerous types of games for all ages. A lot of shelf space seems to be taken up by Wirral-related merchandise. An endless variety of source books, lore books, and codices litter the table. The topmost book is titled Welkin Compendium, 2nd edition. There's also a large hardbound tome with intricate cover art, The Hunters of Catawak, Boreal Creature Compendium, and a Pick Your Path adventure game book titled Tales of Wirral, Cavern of Velkrag.
This game really makes me want to start drunk driving as soon as possible. Does anyone support this?
Books in a board game section? Who wants to read books? There's a box that says Wirral, 3rd edition Mega Setting Supplements Module. The side panel notes, a fantastique adventure board game, new maps and miniatures. A sticker on it displays 25 real. That price is steep, but then it's the 3rd edition Mega Setting Supplement, so it makes sense. The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks featuring an extremely muscular, sword-wielding barbarian on the cover. Nearly
Tiberius.
all the titles contain the word Hyundal somewhere. Rows and rows of Hyundalamen blur your vision. You make out some titles. Man from Hyundal and the Mammoth Riders. Man from Heimdall, Return to Heimdall. And the solipsistic, Man from Heimdall and the Heimdall Man.
The ooh, the dust got in my throat. I do not know how to pronounce Natalia's name, but I have listened to I think her album from last year, which is one of my favorite albums ever now. And what's funny is I don't know a lot about her, but like that album blew me away so much. I know she's very popular. But and I think she's done stuff with Disney and other stuff like that. I don't know too much about it, but I just know that that album is like really fucking good.
Maybe 100. Man from Heimdall and the sages at the end of the world. Man from Heimdall and the false god. Man from Heimdall and the scorched earth. Man from Heimdall, the Heimdall colonies. Man from Heimdall
The
and
Gunk
the
Beast?
swamp beast. Man from Heimdall and the snow crabs.
Tiberius would love this game. This fucking Gunk Beast is here. Tiberius, what do you think of that? Exactly.
Not even close. Man from Heimdall in hell. Man from Heimdall and the forest of slaves. Man from Heimdall under the lake. Man from Heimdall, Heimdall burning. There's even the Trial of Death, a pastoral combat game book set in the world of Heimdall Man, and so much more.
The sentence, what did she just let us peep now? I let you peep the horror. What do you think? I can do it.
Nothing of interest.
God damn
Only
it.
silence and the cosmic background pain radiation.
Oh, Man from Heimdall. A very popular series of adventure novels. They're awfully immoral and violent books. Blood and violence, scantily clad women, epic narratives, all those mystical things he encounters. They're bound to grab those with little imagination and nothing to do.
Damn, okay. Sounds good. Which one should I start with?
What does it matter? They're all the same. However, the customer is always right, they say. If you're a novice of the series, I'd recommend Heimdall Man, the Man from Heimdall. It's supposed to be a good introduction to the series.
Molten candy. Oh, I say. Lake trout. Me? I'm a lake trout. What's behind the curtain?
You see a set of tattered curtains blocking the way to another room. A strange cage-like trinket dangles from the curtains.
Excuse me, officer. The back room is strictly for employees only. Nothing. Now please go back to browsing the books. Don't you feel compelled to look at the books? The books are all you care about.
I can't tell if Violet or Placence is talking. Yes, you can.
She speaks almost as if she's trying to put a spell on you, urging you to buy more books. Oddly enough, the more she tries to draw you away from the curtains, the more alluring they become. You see some kind of charm, an irregular polyhedron assembled from bones, sticks, and straw. Inside, a disturbing fish head
My
with
cousin!
empty eye sockets stares at you.
My cousin is not a disturbing fish head. Only now.
This is a traditional Seminese ward, meant to provide protection against ill luck, bad dreams, curses, and other supernatural scourges. Inhabitants of Ile de Fantôme, the Seminide Islands down south. Aside from poking at it suspiciously, there is nothing else to do with the fish head charm at this time. the curtains remain shut before you. Just as you're about to pull apart the curtains, the petrified voice of the shop owner cries out once more.
Sir, don't touch that. I told you it's off limits for the customers.
Customers?
Parapsychologically speaking, we're done if you decide to open them. I won't be held responsible for the consequences. It's too dangerous.
She looks away, mumbling. Why is everyone always messing with the curtains? Why can't they just buy books like normal people?
No, it's just a storeroom for the employees, I told you. Now please step away from the curtains. You do? My God, even more reasons not to mess with the curtains. Just step away, dear sir.
I'm messing with curtains right now.
Wow, mess with those curtains.
I'm trying. It's working.
Whoa. Why?
Her name is Placence, but it could be Denise.
She can be whoever she wants
Denise.
to be.
Why? It's not like anyone was killed there. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be so impolite. Just please don't go there. I can't allow that. You'll only make things worse and unleash the powers.
Fucking excuse me?
The curtains do seem frail suddenly, not robust enough to contain a slippery darkness.
The powers.
Thank you. Let's just talk about this first, all right? There's no reason for you to venture into the unknown.
Talking is always good. Go see what she has to say. The curtains, tattered with age and covered in dust, hang before you, as
like-
if taunting you.
I told her I'll think about it. I'll just rip them apart. I want to make sure I see other things in here first before I start messing around.
These shelves are overburdened with books from the same series. You see the name Dick Mullen over and over.
Well, I don't want to.
A couple of spook novels hide amidst all the detective books. Thrilling tales of spycraft and daring do.
Daring do? Wait, what's all that then? Daring do? Why is it spelled like that?
Crime fiction is a disgrace. An asinine misrepresentation of the physical attributes of the arduous everyday work of actual police officers. These books greatly overstate the excitement of police work, glossing over how long it takes to actually follow up on leads and eliminate dead ends. What's more, they completely ignore the psychological hardships of year after year coming into contact with people during the worst days of their lives. Not a single mention of all the stress this work creates upon the officer's family. Detective fiction just doesn't tell the truth at all. Now, would you like a list of all the books found on the shelf?
Yep.
You see Dick Mullen on the job. Get Me Mullen. The stalwart adventures of
Get Me
Richard
Mullen.
B. Mullen. Dick Mullen and the Murder in the Orchard. The Sordid Affair of Dick Mullen.
I'll show Dick Mullen a sordid affair
A
already.
killing is declared. Dick Mullen in the murder house. The final case of Dick Mullen. An obvious lie. Dick Mullen in the clock tower. The ordeals of Dick Mullen. Dauntless Dick. Dick Mullen's funeral pyre. The murder of Dick Mullen. Oh no, turns out he faked it to solve a case.
Are there more?
Yes, there's also the dame who did it. Farewell, my Mullen. Faking death seems to be a common trope in the Mullen series. The morbid tales of Dick Mullen. A dark tide turns.
The tides have been turned.
Tragedy calls for Dick Mullen. Another one with fake death. And, of course, Dick Mullen, the murderer. In order to catch a murderer, Dick Mullen must become the murderer. After all this, you still haven't found the answer to the one question that matters. Who is Dick Mullen? Your attempt to grasp that answer fails. It seems very close by, pulsating just out of reach.
Oh, crime, robberies, murders, even sexual crimes. We're fortunate to have Dick Mullen and his stories to sort all that out. You're a police officer, apparently. You should buy all of these. They really do teach a person how to be a proper detective.
Okay, bro.
The plaque on the shelf reads, Biographies of Famous People. You see a large variety of names, none of which ring a bell. Browsing through all the books with all their names makes your head spin. None of these seem important or relevant. It's all just vapid egoism.
The Vylet Pony autobiography.
Suddenly, a particularly odd title catches your eye. It reads, High Speed Love, the tragic true love story of Jacob Irv and Alfie Delatraz, by one Cecilia Averbrook. High Speed Love chronicles the romance between two of the
I thought
finest
that said trip hop. I was like, hell yeah, let's go.
in history. One of them is the madcap driver, Jacob Irv. His blonde mane graces the cover.
Jacob Collier's blonde mane graces the cover.
Next to Irv's life story, you see a slim biography of an Occidental rock star called the Anti-Star. He's famous for shooting morphine into one of his eyeballs and cocaine into the other.
Cocaine is extremely funny, so you should laugh as soon as possible. Everyone, you're doing a great job listening to the instructions. Good, good. Give yourself a round of applause. The fucking evil laugh. Tiberius, what do you think of this? Exactly.
Next to that, Revacholian radio personality Guillaume Bevy stands in front of a rundown drug den. He's a permanent fixture on Channel 8, reporting on real-life crime and ruining cops' days.
I really must insist you buy one of the books. Reading them is not for free. Do still browse, though, but not too long. I'm sorry, I did not mean to rush you. You are browsing. Go ahead. Take your time. Time is commerce. I would say... The Greatest Innocence. Yes, most certainly. It's an important educational tool, delving into the depths of history, religion, and their relation to innocentic power.
Innocentic.
A very influential historical figure. But surely I don't have to tell you that. You're a law officer, and law officers have at least some education.
Wow. She doesn't know. She doesn't know.
The book is also very daring. The author aims to re-examine the universal understandings of the innocentic system, creating a fresh vantage point and a shift in the tired order of things.
Those who know.
Perhaps for a layman, deep analysis is necessary to peel back the multi-layered meanings.
Do her words seem vague and abstract to you?
Certainly, it's prudent for a person to have at least an elementary understanding of history and society. Imagine the chaos we'd be in otherwise.
The game is making you feel drugs so you can understand what the main character is going through.
You feel like you should get this one. Definitely. It's important somehow. There's something personal inside.
Is there? No.
Several maps have been attached to a bulletin board hidden inside the alcove. They're held up by small pins. The board has come loose from one corner. The maps look old and faded. Your eye catches a map of Insulinda, a map of Revachol, and a map of Martinez. This large map displays archipelagos. You see a constellation of small dots on the light blue emptiness of
actually
the
Constellation
Insulindic
Cradle,
Ocean.
but okay.
The largest in the northeast
Le
is
Caillou.
Le Caillou. You are here. Another, far away in the southwest, Seminese Islands, Ile de Fantôme. Ozon, Laurentide, Fas a la Mer, Archipelagos, North Arcade Islands, all just specks of dust on the vastness of the Insulindic. On the edges of the map, the color fades into a blur of dotted lines, black and white, disintegrating into mathematics. In the northeast, a dust mite stands on the north coast of Caillou, in a bookstore. It's you.
Huh?
You can, on Caillou, Revachol, a single black star, on Ozon, Fondelier, and Vimandu, on Archipelagos, Croyan Moran, Villiers, on Seminine, Olduvai, and on Laurentide, Deora of the Seven Seas. 850 million people live on these little dots, an oceanic world of culture and commerce torn apart by history. The ocean breaks apart into a tangle of cosines and azimuths, all pointing into pale nothingness. Mwindi is the north azimuth. Grad is the northeast azimuth. Samara is the east azimuth. Seo is the west azimuth. Isolas, they're called. Connections to other worlds. Words past the Insulindian, unknown to you. You only know you've never been there. You have little idea what they are. Distant stars, gods, but looking at them makes you feel almost non-existent. Whatever they are, the Isolas are immeasurably large compared to you, and very, very far away. Perhaps they are gods, gods of distance and outer dust. The north coast of a verdant island is shattered by the delta of a river. It is the River Esperance. Countless bridges put the shards back together, connecting city blocks to river islands. La Delta says a great artificial heart in the center, teeming with life forms and construction. To the east, rolling hillsides, Le Jardin, Stella Marie, the suburbs of Saint-Baptiste, swallowed up into the megacity. They sound rich to you. This is Revachol East. Hudon, it's somewhere to live. Not bad. Then there's Jamrock. It's bad. People shouldn't live there, but they do. Then Forberg. It's almost as bad, and much larger. Then Coal City. It's the worst. It's so small you can't even see it on the map. No, wait. There it is, north of Jamrock, the strip of coast next to the Greater Revachol Industrial Harbor. It looks downright despondent. It's almost Coal City, to be honest. It's not really a map. It's a tourist thing. A picture postcard with buildings on it, drawn from an isometric perspective. A date in the upper right corner says 48.
Oh my god, Saturn's brother.
Still, it's detailed. Could be pretty useful for scouting ahead. You see the jagged boxes of an industrial harbor, even the whirling in rags there.
I'm sorry, officer. The map of Martinez is the only one available. The other two are not for sale anymore. And besides, you could scarcely afford them. They're quite valuable, though they might not look it. The map of Martinez is 90 cents, though. That old thing? It's an out-of-date map of a tourist location that never was nor came to be. From when some design studio people tried to spruce the place up 4 or 5 years ago. They also renovated the horse statue, set up those coin-operated viewers, and designed the new street lamps.
The place does not look like a successful tourist trap, does it?
They didn't get that far, for some reason. A shame the project never got going. Would be nice if someone fixed Martinez up. All these ruins are bad for business.
Do I try and steal it? What happens if I fail? It's just 90 cents. I love stealing.
You peek at the store, waiting for her to be distracted. When she's not looking, you deftly rip the map off the bulletin board and pocket it. You're now the proud owner of a map of Martinez, which, to be honest, did not even cost that much.
Hey, I have $5, idiot.
This bookstore is not strictly about crime, romance, and biographies of famous people. There's also a wide range of paranatural literature. Amidst the various books, you find one written by someone named Matthias W. Dundas. It's about wholeness, unity, balance. These three things are very important to the working class mind.
I didn't even know you could save scum in this game, but I'm gonna pretend I didn't know that. So I'll just be like, la 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 la, I can't do that.
The point of the book, and many others on this shelf, is to give people medicinal advice in situations where they don't have access to paid health services. It serves platitudes, while also telling everyone that traditional medicine, the kind people don't have access to, and which costs more than this book, is garbage, and would only give you cancer anyway, without even curing your cold or anything. Wholeness, unity, balance, on the other hand, can basically take care of anything. Though it is important to note, when it's up to your mind to heal yourself, then it's because of your mind that you're ill in the first place. The book features chapters on topics such as how to find magnesium. It even lists plants you can harvest magnesium from. How to continue drinking if you're an alcoholic who has destroyed his liver. And there's even a chapter on the ancient Seraise tradition of using duck gallbladder preservatives to treat and prevent sexually transmitted diseases. Pre and post factum apply. Nothing worth buying.
Wholeness, unity, balance, otherwise known as WUB.
Sir, please, no browsing in that shelf. That wisdom is not for free. I can't have you end up, like, opening a police store next door and stealing my customers. Oh no!
What? Okay.
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People. I already told you, it's just a storage room for employees. I don't understand why it's so important to you. Just let it go, officer. Go buy some goddamn books. You're supposed to be drawn to the books.
She recites it like it's a poem, or like she's playing a role she's grown tired of. She's so tense, it's a miracle she hasn't snapped in half yet.
It's just for decoration. Okay, fine. It's just because this place is cursed, just like everyone said. They don't call it the doomed commercial area for nothing.
Okay.
Are you happy now, officer? Happy that you've ruined everything?
Host of hosts, she prays. Guard me and my honest business venture from the curse that lurks behind the curtains.
The curse is so much worse than you could imagine. It's a disease, eating at the very foundation.
Okay.
It's the curse of financial distress, of ruin and bankruptcy. Everyone knows that all the previous companies in this building have sooner or later declared bankruptcy. And their
Or is it
malicious spirits
bankrupt?
are still here, feeding off bad business practices and disappointing income statements. There's something wrong with this building, I can tell you. Ever since I arrived, I've sensed an eerie, lingering presence, as if I was unwanted here.
Yeah, I've met Kuno. Sure have. It's not Kashmir, it's bankrupt, guys. 'Cause- 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 'cause-
It's not good to talk about the curse, not in detail. The negativism, it's dangerous. Talking about the void wraiths angers them.
The void wraiths? I thought it was bankruptcy. I mean, is it bankrupt? Is what I thought it was. Fuck. Fuck! Right? 21?
Wow. Void raves. You have new words.
You have new words.
Yes, I've contacted numerous parapsychologists and even a pair of Simonese mediators. They provided me with the wards. The wards help to keep the doom at bay and protect us against the darkness that lies further in the building, even though now I fear it's not enough. Oh, this? No, it's a special Himian amulet, blessed by desert pygmy shamans, with a spell of compulsion. It's to compel people to buy books.
None of those are real words.
There are numerous spells cast throughout the store. I had the books anointed with a different inducement spell, for example. It's guaranteed to boost sales 15%.
Right? Is it, or is it bankrupt? Or is it bankrupt? Or is it bankrupt? Right? Or is it bankrupt? Right? Right? I'm having the time of my life. Is it bankrupt? Or something, right? No, stop crying. You're not even crying. Enough of this. Or is it bankrupt?
Desert pygmy shamans. That sounds like a rather questionable way to describe a group of people.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that just feels racist. I don't know what's going on.
Most certainly not. I don't want anyone who's not familiar with the psychic arts to get involved in this mess. Stay away. Leave the spirits be, so they can return to their slumber.
My liege, you know what this case calls for? A para-detective.
A para-detective?
Time to fire up the old lie machine. Yes, you do. The woman before you scans the store, her shoulders rigid and tense.
How did I fail that?
The curtains, tattered with age and covered in dust, hang before you, as if taunting you.
I don't
You
give a
see
shit.
a dimly lit room full of dusty furniture and trash. A doorway stands in the back, covered in dozens of scary little Simonese wards, your shadow looming over it like an omen.
I warned you, you're unleashing forces beyond your understanding.
I care so much. She is not trying to stop me.
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of Simonese trinkets and charms. It appears to be locked. Only an echo. No one is there. A hollowed out, dark echo. Only an echo. Only
Open up. Is it bankrupt?
a hollowed out, dark echo.
Oh my god. Heal yourself now.
Ow. Shoot. Whose moronic idea was it to just run through the door? Don't you know that things like that... You feel something in your chest, an unnatural pressure. It's spreading to your left arm, your jaw.
What did I do?
No, it's many years of combined self-neglect and self-abuse. All you feel is pain and weakness. You have to surrender now. We all do. It gets so dark. You don't
Man
even
walks
see
in
her
the door
face.
and dies.
Like you always thought you would. You only see pain and fear. cop suffers final heart attack. A detective lieutenant of the RCM passed away yesterday. His death, though abrupt, did not come as a surprise to those who knew him. He was the heaviest drinker I'd ever met. Captain Ptolemy Price, the deceased superior officer, commented, "That ain't easy on the ticker." He loved his liquor, sure, said Detective Chester McLean, friend and colleague. But I think before he ever had a heart attack, his heart was broken. According to
I
an
got the good
official
ending.
statement given by the RCM, the officer was on the brink of solving a murder case.
Damn it. The curtains! The curtains just closed. The curtains just closed.
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People. I already told you, just let
She recites it. She's so tense. It's a miracle. She
the spell. Okay, are you
host of hosts, she prays.
the curse? It's not just that, officer. We're dealing with something. There's something wrong with this building. It's not good to.
Wow. Void,
Yes, the wards help to keep the doom at. Oh, this. There are numerous spells.
desert pygmy shamans.
Most certainly.
My liege, you know what this case. Slither up to her, you silver-tongued fiend. Show her what world-class perfidy looks like.
Are you sure? Don't think I haven't seen charlatans before.
I have returned from the void.
You're no paradetective. You look nothing like one. And you're clearly a drinker. Pardon me for being so blunt, but
You look like one. The lieutenant keeps his usual stony calm. He silently picks out his notebook.
how do you know all this?
Here we go.
You're part Simonese. Oh, it means our meeting couldn't have been mere chance. The hand of fate guides us. But I am not the only one at risk. I have to think of my daughter. You are certain you can help us? Keep us safe? I can't allow any collateral damage to hit us.
Ask him.
Oh, certainly so, ma'am. I can assure you my partner is eminent in this particular field.
If you promise, good officer, then you might be our last hope. Do you swear it? Thank you, sir. There's one more thing I haven't told you about yet. The entity.
The entity, the power, I know.
Do not act surprised. You know of these things, sire.
You have? The entity takes the form of a woman, a witch probably. I've suspected that she must be connected to the curse ever since I first saw her. Did you know that she lives inside the chimney? No, this chimney is part of the building's central furnace, and it's enormous. She has barricaded herself behind some metal security curtains. God knows what she's doing there. Some unnatural magic, I assume. You should go find the entity and ask what happened to all the companies in the building. What is the source of this curse? Here's the key to the warded door behind the curtains. Take it.
The keys to the door that killed us.
Oh, and please do return to me after you've looked round. I'm quite anxious to know what she has to say about the curse. What you discover in there.
What you discover? Probably just some office space. Don't be scared.
So wait, do I still have the, God damn, I don't have the map, do I? No, I don't. I don't need to reread all these things again, do I? It doesn't matter too much, right? Maybe just the map one?
Several maps. The maps look old and this large map, Ozon, disintegrating into in the northeast, a dust mite you can. 800, the ocean connection you have lit. Perhaps they are gods. The north to the east, Hudon. It's so small you can't even. It's not really a. Still, it's detailed.
I'm sorry, off. They're quite valuable, though they might not look it. The map of Martinez isn't that old thing. From whence
The place does not look.
they didn't get that far, for some reason.
You peek at the storekeep. You're now the
Got it back.
You see as. You see a dimly.
Oh,
I'm the professional video game.
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens,
Should I
if not
try this
hundreds,
anyway?
of Seminese trinkets and charms. After exerting some force, you manage to turn the key. It's eerily silent. The door slides slightly open, letting a draft of cold air into the room.
Sand is dripping from the punch bag. Shot put ball. I'm glad I can carry that. Citius Fortis. He wants to talk, does he?
What is this place? Yes, but no one's been here in ages. I doubt the electricity still works. Good thing we have a flashlight on us.
Are you telling me they had dialogue for whether or not I had the flashlight equipped?
Some specks of dust shimmer in a faint beam of daylight falling from the window. Other than that, the room is dark. An eerie feeling rises in your chest.
Sounds good.
Can I take this in my
A
bag?
barbell lies on the floor. The color has worn off its weight plates. It's 60 kilograms. Your triceps hum at the sight of these weights. Show the world what kind of beast it's dealing with. Lift them. There are no collars on the barbell. This is a safety hazard.
Okay. A large demijohn. What does that mean? Okay, why is this actually weird? Stop. Why does it have shadows? Stop it. Just stop it. Give me the money. What is that sound? Give me the money. Huh? What does that mean? Oh, information that can be read using a radio computer. What is the interact button? What's the interact button in inventory? What does that mean? Oh, action interact. Next to the name of the item.
The worn map
Oh.
features the patchwork grid of the streets of Martinez,
That was not intuitive.
with directions to appropriately touristy locations. Year 48 resides on the upper right corner.
Yeah, now I know. I figured that out.
Looks like someone tried to reconceptualize their business here. Look, the skis and rotor blades both bear the same slipstream logo. It seems likely that they started out making one, failed to turn a profit, and then pivoted to producing the other. That's a good question. Reality is ruthless.
I'm sure I could have figured out something more here, but I guess not this time. Wait. That's another hallway. We came from this way. Let's walk to it. Goofy ass wizard? What is she doing here?
Your flashlight slides over an old green chalkboard covered in scribbles, sketches, and schemes, like some ancient cave mural. Some of the writing has faded with age, but you can still make out sections here and there. Photos and drawings have been pinned to the board.
Alright, balloon champion of the universe. It's time for you to make your work.
These lithe, pointy-eared creatures appear to be different types of welkins. You make out autumnal candle welkins, casting wax-based magic. Translucent welkins, with organs shining under their skin. And even ether welkins, hailing from the vast emptiness of sidereal space. You should adopt one of those welkins as your persona. No longer a mere man, but a welkin. One of the welkins, towering among the rest, appears to be different, however.
I don't care.
It's Vara Hamira, a high welkin, his face white and scarred like cracked marble. This is clearly a welkin supremacist. The note says, all non-welkin races will be purged.
We found Elon Musk, guys.
The Haldor, the Twarg, the humans, and even headless men, all of them, purged. Imagine a world filled only with welkin, green welkin, dread welkin, and the high welkin to rule them all.
An inordinate amount of time has gone into drawing these little welkin creatures. This looks like concept art for a project. It's not really real. Some people really like building a world, I think, even if it's just for a game. Political commentary. That one has a great beard too. Just look at those details. So much effort.
The photo collage depicts barren, icy landscapes wrapped in perpetual night. You see permafrost and glacial landforms, dead trees grown in under the snow. Entire oceans have been frozen from shore to shore. There are pictures of settlements on dried-up riverbeds, abandoned in a storm. Animal corpses in the dark, carcasses and bones. You see primitive oil rigs built into glaciers, boreal dvorg, yurts under the snow, great mammoth-like beasts of burden. Albeit dark and cold, this vision also feels cozy in its own way, like eggnog or morphine, a much-needed respite from our own world. A pinned postcard reads, "The heat death scenario, a desperate fight for geothermal energy engulfs the world as Wirral becomes untethered from its sun, drifting through the universe."
This really is just somebody's, like, campaign.
This is a monthly calendar from the year 50. Cryptic words like sprint, daily minimi, and GPI span the marker-drawn grid, the grand scheme of production and money. It looks a bit like an academic calendar, only much more brutal. Minimi stands for a mini-meeting. It's part of a bigger framework for managing work called RUN. Station 41 tried to implement it a few years ago, but failed. As time goes on, the numbers in the boxes grow rarer and rarer. The board becomes an empty snowfield in the final days. Only failure and regret dwell in this region.
Looks like they didn't make it.
A note in the bottom left corner of the chalkboard says, "See the prod schedule filament for details." The handwriting is only partly legible, but you can still make out 3 slogans: "Call in, tune out," "Wirral untethered," and "Heat death of the universe."
August 12th, 2036. Exactly what I was thinking.
The full text reads, "Heat death of the universe is the new black." Another note says, "The biggest advancement in role-playing systems since the 30s.
Yes, bro. Roll that play.
This appears to be some kind of machine with a cube-shaped heart and a wired framework. The keyboard has a rectangular on-off button. A piece of paper still hangs from the printer.
A radio computer. Just sitting here without anyone inside.
What he means is that these things cost money. Why would anyone just leave it behind? This is the Ream Civic radio computer, model RC5120, equipped with a Feld mainframe
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you
and a
put the cube in. That's what I'm
Ream-compatible
imagining.
printer.
We have one of these down at the station, but I never really learned how to use it.
The machine lights up like some prehistoric animal stirring from its slumber, revealing fluorescent play and print keys on the keyboard. The hatch on the machine's central compartment is wide open. It's empty like a beehive without its brood. Some cables have been left dangling, disconnected. The filament you have would fit perfectly inside the compartment. Like a smooth drawer, the filament slides into place. On the keyboard, the play key starts blinking. A bar of fabric right above the keyboard starts producing a soft hum. The sound of static seeps through the machine's planar magnetic driver. The static gets louder, slowly filling up the abandoned hall, until a voice speaks out, crackling and old, cutting into the air.
Good afternoon. Fortress accident en rue de Saint-Ghislaine. This is East Insulindian Repeat Station 1. Please repeat. Is this the production schedule?
Huh? We're speaking to someone?
The filament you have inserted into the reader. Yes. Is that the production schedule? Good. Please repeat the password.
Password? Of course it would have a password. That's why there's a human administrator involved.
I am contractually obliged to protect the privacy of the filament holder for stress accident. Without filing a warrant with Lintel, I cannot give you access to this filament.
I'm afraid we are not doing that, unless we want to wait for a month.
Now, can you please repeat the password? Received. I will register this login attempt.
Don't worry. Passwords have a way of turning up sooner or later.
Fortress accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today? Fortress Accident is the company on whose name the terminal you are currently using has been registered to. One moment. Fortress Accident SCA produces revolutionary interactive call-in radio games.
So it's
That's
like
what the catalog says.
it's like over the phone role playing. D&D shit.
That's not bad.
Any other questions? Yes, I am alive. I am 74 years old and my name is Yvonne.
She repeats passwords. Programming people are all paranoid.
I work as a repeater at the East Insulindian repeater station. It's my job to know where you are, Fortress Accident. As for me, well, I am sitting in my cubicle, surrounded by a wall of radios. Now, please tell me if there's anything else I can do, Fortress Accident. Good. Please repeat the password. No.
A hint system is not part of the protocol for repeater stations.
Still no. Received.
Don't worry.
Fortress Accident, thank you, and goodbye.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering, casting the framework in a soft glow. Fluorescent play and print keys shine on the keyboard. Nothing happens.
Still gotta look for more things. I'm gonna take it out of there. Just in case, maybe. right
Tiles
now.
on the cube. The filament slides out of its glowing nest. This old fireplace is covered in lines drawn in blue and red marker, the mesh spreading over the stone like blood vessels on alabaster skin. It looks ghostly and strangely ancient. The whole thing resembles Kadran mosaic tiles. Very pedantic. History classes, students with their textbooks open, studying the roots of our civilization. Those aquarelle blue tiles looked beautiful in the sun.
Oh, it's a literal fireplace. That just looks weird. I was like really confused for a
Radio
second.
frequencies, it seems. UKV 123.6, UKV 123.7, UKV 123.9.
Saturn's brother?
Some written notes, too. Sparse and cryptic, unclear. It looks like a cardiovascular system split into veins and capillaries. Very advanced. You think so? The web is comprised of radio stations, all lead back to one red heart, titled the Game Master Frequency. A note says, this one can listen in on any station it wants. They must have had massive airwidth. These things don't come cheap. Someone very important, a conductor for the hundreds of story threads that pass through the Game Master's frequency. Whoever decides to call in to a call-in station, it looks like. A list of names under the stations suggests people across 6 Isolas would be playing. Muindi, Insulinda, Kotla, Grad, Samara, and even Il Mara. There's no way a little basement studio working here could pull anything like this off.
My God. It's as if the less money they had, the more ambitious their project became. Exactly. This schedule, I know doom when I see it. The company was running out of funding.
Nothing. It's just lines on marble. An echo from times long gone. No one has used the fireplace in ages. Lonesome, long way home. Here we go. Home awaits. Walk past Station 41 and through the market, past the Boogie Street spearhead, to the other side of the lake, the frozen eye at the center of the district. Then, past the video rental store on the corner. There, at the end of a street lined with pine trees, a small house no larger than a matchbox. 11 Voyager Road. You no longer live there. Those times are gone. And so are those people. Why did you come here? Why are you still here? And where's the dealer? You have to get back to work. That's all you have now.
Can we go there? Okay, there's nothing else I could think about right now. But I want to think about homosexual underground. Are you kidding? I have to. Okay, skill points. I leveled up empathy once. I haven't had to use all of these yet. I don't really know what will be helpful to put points into just yet. Conceptualization. I'm pretty high on that. Relatively, anyway. Yes, I think. I really want to be focusing on these, I think, right? Because this is my lowest category. Oh, perhaps. Are the dots here how many points I can put into something? Total? Okay. I might as well finish empathy. Okay. Okay. I'll come back to that.
Okay. What do you think is going on with that computer, chalkboard, and fireplace? No, that's not it. I think
Like he's ready to lay out a fine theory, crafted together like a puzzle box.
it looks like one of those popular pen and paper role-playing games. Only these people were trying to automate it, make it work on radio computers. Through call-in stations, none of the players have to be physically present. Anyone in the world can participate in the game.
I was
as
just
long as they
curious
have a
if I could,
two-way
like,
radio.
manifest a conclusion like it was an intelligence program, but
Then there's the game master frequency that listens in on the smaller call-in stations. I think that was supposed to coordinate the stories, functioning as a master of ceremonies of sorts.
Coordinating so many games would take a whole switchboard of people, possibly divided into sub-frequencies.
Not to my knowledge. They make automated games in Graz, Messina, Königstein. You know, places with industry.
Not in Revachol West, among the ruins.
But I don't think anyone has attempted to create an inter-isolary game before. We just don't have the technology. Indeed, those Welkins are a dead giveaway. Role-playing people love that stuff. The world looks like a modified version of the We Were board game, with hit death thrown in.
Super cool. Someone should give them millions of real immediately. This game is too good to be left unfinished.
No idea. They stopped filling out the schedule on the chalkboard. Indeed, it's ambitious and untethered from reality, but...
Let's finish it. Could we finish it? What would the point of this be? Aren't we trying to investigate the murder?
It's too late for that, I'm afraid. Okay, let's keep moving. Yes?
There's so much stuff down here.
An iron safety curtain curves before your eyes, folded like a bellows. It covers half the room, blocking the way into a colossal industrial chimney. This must be where the entity lives. What an odd thing to do. Nothing happens. Still nothing. No one's home.
Not again. Well.
You feel
I
something
don't know how to
in your
heal.
chest. An unnatural pressure. It's spreading to your... Yeah. Scream. All you cop suffers.
Yeah. Okay. How do I heal? Back on this? I have to click the red plus? Oh. Okay, I'll just spam through all this again. Best I can. What's the difference between morale and health? Oh, I see.
Yes?
Maybe I really do have to save scope.
Your flashlight, some of the writing has faded with age. These light you should adopt one of the Welkins, towering among the rest. It's the hull.
An inordinate amount of time. Some people... This looks like concept art for... Political... Just look at those details.
The photo entire you see, albeit a pinned postcard read. This, it mini-me, stands as time goes.
Looks like they did...
A note in the handwrite. The full text read. This appears.
A radio
What he... This is the Ream Civic.
We have one of these.
The machine lights up, like it's in the filament, like a smooth draw. A bar of the static.
Good afternoon. Please repeat. Is this the production schedule? The filament you have inserted? Yes. Is that good?
Password. Of course it would have a password. That's why there's
I am...
I'm afraid we are...
Now, can you please no.
a hint.
Still, proceed.
Don't worry.
Fortress accident. Good. Proceed.
Don't worry.
Fortress. One fortress.
That's not bad.
Any other questions? Yes.
She repeats passwords. Programming people are all paranoid.
I will ask now. Thank you.
Tiles on the cube are still the filament slight. The whole thing resembles history classes. Unclear. It looks like you think so. They must have had a conductor for whoever decided. A list of, there's no,
My god. It's as if Exactly.
nothing.
Nothing. Okay, we're back to where we were. So, there's no way to bind quick save. So it's just, I just have to do that. Okay. I guess I will save scum this video game.
An iron safety curtain curves before your eyes. This must be weird. What an odd thing. Still, those curtains prove to be surprisingly sturdy. If this is really an entrance to the chimney.
Can you please try to refrain from attacking random things? Why do you think there's something on the other side, necessarily? In any case, there's no way we can get it.
Lonesome. Long way home. As before, an iron safety.
Okay.
You see a terrifying ice bear with a strange compartment
Oh, that's
in
an
its
ice bear.
belly. The door is covered in frost, and the bear's eyes are glowing. The bear looks oddly realistic. Is it taxidermy? The lieutenant doesn't answer. His eyes are glued to the animal. A sharp slice of light shines out from a gust of freezing cold air rushes to greet you. You hear a low grumble as the bear regulates itself. The lieutenant takes a peek inside. His hand has found the holster of his gun. The shelves are empty. All you see are crumpled ice cream wrappers with the brand name, Revachol Ice City. A handwritten note has been attached to the door.
How do I know
the
when-
fridge is huge.
When Kim wants to talk, because if you're suggesting I was supposed to talk to him, I didn't see a notification for it, but question mark.
You pocket the note and the little
You've acquired an interactable item. Investigate this item further by going to the Interact tab in your
Oh, down here.
inventory.
A friendly cartoon bear smiles back at you from a glossy cellophane wrapper. It looks, the paper still smells of vanilla and chocolate.
Good question. It looks like an ice cream fridge. I know. What an unfortunate marketing choice. What is even worse, the bear is still costing them money to this day.
The fridge buzzes with energy. The electricity bill on this thing must be catastrophic.
I see it now. I was straight up not seeing that before.
Lonesome, long way home.
Thank you.
Okay. What do you think is going on with that computer, chalkboard, and fireplace? Yes, that is the question.
Like he's ready to lay out.
It looks like one of those popular True Collins. Then there's the
Coordinating,
not too much,
not
but I don't think anyone. Indeed,
super cool.
no idea. This indeed, it's ambitious and untethered from reality, but Yes, especially in here. Okay,
Okay, I have F5 ready to go.
A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it pitch black.
looks like it. Looks like an old central furnace used to heat the building. It's connected to the chimney. No one has used it in ages. No signs of any recent fire. Only dead rats.
It's dark and grimy here. In the darkness you can hear chatter. It's coming from above. A voice or several voices talking to each other. Near the smoke chamber, upstairs, the echo is so prominent, it's impossible to discern what the voices are saying or what's producing them.
What are you doing? Wait, really? We should investigate, see if someone's upstairs.
Should I yell up to them?
You're right. The rooms do look like they're connected. But malignant entities don't exist. At least not the supernatural kind.
Always has to be the skeptic, this man. A lush layer of coal now covers your skin. Maybe you could paint something with this coal. Leave a cave painting for future archaeologists. No, that would be stupid.
Upstairs. An ice cream maker.
A few bricks have fallen off, revealing a compartment behind the wall. It's too dark to see in.
Seems like an old bunker from the revolutionary period. Look at all those rifles. Must be an old weapons cache. There is, yes. And there also appears to be something inside the hole. Interesting. Do you want to take a look?
Your hand reaches deep into darkness and spiderwebs, rummaging around. You find rusty rifles hidden away.
Are these any good?
Most of them are rusty and inoperable, like the rest, but one catches your eye. A bolt-action model with a fine wood stock, in better cosmetic order than the others.
That's a rare sight. Seems to no longer be functional, but still a beautiful thing in its own way. It means there are firearms, albeit inoperable, still lying around in Martinez. It's an interesting coincidence, I would say. Might come in useful in the future.
He likes this find.
I'm carrying so many things.
The note is written with a blue pencil on a piece of lined office paper. The kitchen magnets have left spots on its surface.
Does it say anything interesting?
This is tangential at best, but the lieutenant's detective instinct is still active. Someone has scribbled, S. I can't believe the off-site copy is still here. The illiterate ginger kid keeps stealing stuff from the studio, so I had to hide it somewhere safe. You'll find the filament memory with the off-site copy in the frozen ice cream maker. Please take it home, ASAP. It's important. I'd do it myself if I lived in a civilized place with a freezer. Take care, Sulisław.
Polish? Batty. Batty, go. Batty, go.
Looks like someone from that radio game company upstairs. I'm a little surprised they just left their property lying here. That's a plausible hypothesis. It belongs inside a radio computer, storing its memory. It's like a tape. You listen to disco tapes, right? It's like one of your disco tapes, only for a computer.
It's like the production schedule you found. Only this one's an off-site copy.
Really? You don't have a single guess? Oh, I'm sure that child would love to get his hands on a filament memory. Even if he doesn't know what to do with it, he'd probably try to pawn it for speed, based on our encounter. I don't know. I assume it's somewhere close to the ice bear fridge.
This orange machine is buzzing like an old submarine. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner on top and an electric freezer that appears to be frozen shut. Turning the crank feels oddly satisfying, like stirring your childhood dreams. In the distance, you hear water dripping.
I cannot do that.
Two cables are plugged into the breaker box. The red one leads to the ice bear fridge, and the black one to the ice cream maker nearby. Something close to you dies with a soft electric purr.
Why did you do that?
The lieutenant raises his brows, but doesn't say anything. The electric distribution board now has one cable missing.
Can I open it now?
This orange machine is only the red. Somewhere, a machine hums along.
Insane mesh tank top. Oh, that goes here. Save reminder. Maybe time to try the call box.
An old callbox. East Delta Commerce Center. This must be the name of the doomed commercial area. All you hear is static, but no one answers the call. You ring the doorbell, but nothing happens. You ring the doorbell. What an ominous name for a hair salon. Doesn't bode well for anyone's hair. An off-key melody starts playing after you ring the doorbell. Then a woman picks up the receiver.
Kuno, please stop calling here. Grown-ups don't have time for your stupid games.
Oh?
She thinks you're the gremlin child. What would he say to this?
Oh, I'm sorry, officer. I thought you were... But the doorbell is broken, and the bookstore
A single beep indicates that the line has gone dead. You hear the same waiting room music,
God damn.
but you wait for a minute or two. But all you get from the call box is silence. Looks like someone has melted half the plastic off with a lighter. The doorbell doesn't work anymore. You hear static from the intercom speaker. It sounds as if someone has picked up the receiver, but isn't saying anything. You can almost hear them breathe.
Yes, hello. This is Tricentennial Electric.
What?
Have you come to place an order?
She sounds almost antique, as if her voice was being played off an old wax cylinder. A receiver must not be working properly. Wait, but what happened to Slipstream SCA? There's no Tricentennial Electrics on the list.
My God.
The lieutenant exchanges a look with you.
It's you. My God. I didn't think I would hear your voice.
She must be mistaking you for someone else. Who cares that you don't remember her? Just go along with it.
Michelle, just please. Why did you even call? I don't understand. You've been gone for months. I thought you didn't care. Ever since I came to live here, it's been different. As if my mind's been wiped clean.
A spot of static overrides her words. When she speaks again, it sounds like she's submerged.
It's so nice. It's so nice to be able to finally meet again.
She sounds like she's about to cry. She doesn't answer. Silence. The only thing you can hear now is static and waves washing ashore on the bay. Another seagull passes by. It's getting cold standing here, staring at the silent call box.
I don't know what happened either. We should probably stop playing with this thing.
You press the number sign on the keypad that terminates the call. 12 name cards on the call box read. An old East Delta Commerce Center. This must be the... No, hold on. The last thing you need in your life is more hysteric emotions. Forget it. Find something else to do. An old called East Delta Commerce Center. No, hold on. An old East Delta Commerce Center. No, hold on. The last thing you need in your...
I'm so curious.
An old East Delta Commerce Center. No.
No. Everyone told me to.
An old East Delta Commerce Center. No.
Everyone's like saying it's save swag.
An old East Delta Commerce Center. No.
I haven't been doing it, but this one I'm so curious about.
An old East Delta Commerce Center.
It's probably not
This-
even a big
no.
deal. It's probably just like, a red herring.
An old East Delta Commerce Center. No.
This is like not going to be worth it.
An old East Delta Commerce Center. Whatever she says, it can't hurt you. You're a different person now. Stronger. Healthier. Alright. Maybe not healthier, but it's a bonus that you've drunk so hard you can't remember any of your past relationships. Oblivion's the ace in your corner. There's a light buzz as you press the doorbell, waiting for her to answer the call. It's cold outside, and you can hear the wind blowing into the speaker. There's the static again, whispering like a seashell pressed against the air.
Yes, hello. This is Tricentennial Centennial Electric. Have you come to place an order?
Here come the bad vibes again. Relax. Distance yourself from it.
It's you. My gosh, I didn't think I would hear your voice again.
Wait. Is she...
Michelle,
Yeah,
just
I thought it was a recording.
please. Why did you even call? I don't understand. You've been gone for months. I thought you didn't care.
Is this some kind of joke? The voice from the intercom doesn't answer, but you can hear her breathing. Wind blows into your microphone again.
Ever since I came to work here, it's been different. As if my mind's been wiped clean. It's so nice. It's so nice to be able to finally forget about you.
And then it hits you. She tries again not to cry, and still doesn't succeed completely. Her quiet sobs sound old and distant, as if her voice is being played off a wax cylinder. Her sound melts into the static from a long-distance phone call. From time to time, you can hear people talking in the distance, but can't make out any words. This is where you hung up the call the last time, but the recording is still going. The phone rings in the office with an old-fashioned chime, and someone walks by in a pair of heels. The static is like a warm blanket wrapped around the sounds. No one replies, but the static grows stronger like rainfall. Then a female voice speaks out, completely different from the one before. Glorious and total somehow, crawling inside your head. Her words are too cold to comprehend. She smells of sodium lights and rain streaks on car windows. Eyes like pilot lights watch your shape in dark hallways, guttering.
So... it was a recording trapped in the circuitry from some ancient tenant. This sometimes happens. Shall we conclude here? We have other mysteries to solve. Don't take this the wrong way, but during our short stint working together, something weird is almost always happening to you.
That is true.
Wow, okay.
Silence. No one's home at Fortress Accident. Silence. No one answers the doorbell. Nothing happens after you ring the doorbell. They don't want to talk to you. Silence. No one answers your call. This button looks new, but someone has removed the name card. Nothing happens when you try to ring it.
Huh. This button looks new. It's probably not connected yet.
Okay. So I can unplug the fridge.
Two cables are plugged into the breaker box. An electric something close to you.
Why did you do that?
The lieutenant raises his brows, but the bear's eyes are dead and empty. Ice inside the fridge slowly melting. The power, a friendly cartoon bear, smiles back at you. The paper still smells of vanilla.
Why do I... What does this have to do
Both cables are unplugged from the breaker box.
Does this have something to do with... Wait, because I know there's... Does it have anything to do with the call box?
An old East Delta Commerce Center. Silence. Silence. Looks like someone. You wait. For a minute or two, you ring. All you hear, you ring the doorbell. But what an ominous name for a hair salon. Doesn't bode well for anyone's hair.
I'm just so curious what the role of this breaker box is for. Get upstairs.
An iron safe. This must be where the... This is directly above. What an odd thing to do. Still...
You're alive and well. Don't keep me waiting now. What's in there? In that dark sarcophagus? Yes, yes. How was it?
Tell her how ghastly it was. You know it's what she wants to hear.
I knew it. Oh, such horrors that have been thrust upon us.
Okay.
But what else did you find? Did anything survive? No, of course not. Have you located the entity?
You don't have anything of substance to tell her until you found that entity of hers.
How do I get upstairs?
This trash container is locked. The sliding lid has a padlock that says, "Whirling in rags." Just a trash container. Your fingers start to itch just looking at that padlock.
We could try using a pry bar, the one you took from my motor carriage, or we could ask for a key from the manager of the Whirling in Rags.
He might also have information. This is better than the pry bar idea.
I was worried about giving the position. Wait, what the fuck is this?
There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots, anywhere from 6 to 12 heavy workers' boots with reinforced toes and hobnails, all over the yard. Isn't this something an industrial worker would wear?
Noted.
Maybe more than 12. No, 8 pairs of boots have shuffled back and forth in the mud. 1. Standard work boot, steel reinforced toes, number 46. 2. Standard work boot, steel reinforced toes, number 44. 3. Hobnailed work boot, steel reinforced toes, number 43. 4. Standard work boot, number 45 or 46? You don't know. It's a miracle you can tell the prints apart as it is. 5. Another standard work boot, steel reinforced toes, number 44. 6. An aberration, light as air, even pace, same make of boot, but number 41. Impossible to tell. Could also have been an adolescent. The gait is undeveloped. 7. The glowing outline of a standard work boot, number 46. But the imprints are twice as deep as the others. The weight exceeds 200 kilograms. 8. And yet another standard work boot, number 44. There's an aberration in the pattern of the sole, however. The right sole is smoother, more worn.
How many? I was pretty off then. I counted 20. I never got the hang of it. Hyperopia. Do you see anything out of the ordinary? Interesting. Let's name it the old soul. Someone operating a workbench with a pedal? Like a joiner at the harbor. Or maybe a drummer? No, it's not. Forget I said it. We are not looking for a drummer. Perhaps it could be a driver. A driver would wear out the right shoe before the left. The accelerator is on the right. We should keep our eyes open around the traffic jam. See whether anyone strikes out as a potential suspect. Seems prudent, no? Mm-hmm. A woman or a kid? Understood. Anything else? 200? Could it be the combined weight of two people, one carrying the other who's tied up? Let's say a heavily built worker carrying a similarly built, soon-to-be-dead man.
He might be right. 200 kilograms of living weight is unlikely.
I do. One of them carried him over.
But why?
Yes, they could have used a makeshift stretcher or just march him up to the gallows. You have a point there. Anyway, it's something to consider. What else can you see? A week, maybe? 7 days would fit the time frame provided to us by the caller, who reported the hanging.
It is not impossible.
I pulled last week's forecast for coastal Havashol. 7 days below freezing. The day before, the day of his hanging, was the last warm day.
Correct again. Sub-zero temperatures would preserve the tracks in a good state. The commotion here could have taken place a week ago.
What do I think? A mob of people brought something heavy to the tree. One of them was carrying the victim. They shuffled around, especially under the tree. Then, after hoisting him up, they stood in a semicircle facing his direction. At first glance, this appears to be a lynching.
Indeed. They all stood in a row here and looked at the tree. Yes, everything fits so well. Carried him over, hoisted him up, watched him hang. This is easy. The lieutenant's eyes narrow. He's thinking to himself.
Either way. What else?
An inconspicuous part.
Still can't quite get in there yet. This tree is misbehaving. Okay, I'll try the thing.
A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace. A hollow ring echoes through the furnace. Your toe hurt.
Why? Why does this never work?
A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace. Something breaks loose in you. A mighty bellow echoes throughout the chimney's depths. The chatter of tiny voices above suddenly cease. Then,
Hello? Hello? Did you say anything? I can't hear you. Please come upstairs. There's a safety curtain on the second floor. I'll open it.
you hear a low rumble upstairs. The sound of a curtain being pulled aside.
After you, officer.
I should have kicked it again. Huh? Hello?
Hello, I'm Nia.
A bird-like woman.
Did you try knocking on my window? I must have missed you. I've been listening to my Melius. So what kind of dye are you looking for?
She's got a direct view to the backyard. You should interrogate her about the lynching.
Yes, Amelia is like a call-in station. You need a two-way radio to access one. That's why I have these. Mostly, they just teach you to swear in different languages. But some of the stations can be quite interesting. I was so absorbed, I must have missed you knocking. Then how did you get inside? By the south entrance? You know what? It doesn't even matter. What matters is that you're finally here. Let's talk dice. Did you have something specific in mind? I'm a novelty dice maker. Tell me the name of your role-playing system and I'll make the die you need. That's why you're here, yes?
Role-playing games? You know the one made by Fortress Accident. Does that count?
Very good. My rate is 10 real per set, unless you want something really unusual. Take a look around and see if there's any particular stone you want to use.
It almost looks as if the stones and dice are a natural part of the room, growing out of the shells like stalagmites. No falsehoods are present. She's a novelty dice maker and doesn't have anything to hide. Ask what you need.
Nothing really. I didn't know him.
The lieutenant looks at his notebook, then the woman under the large window.
Your window looks directly onto the courtyard. You're saying you didn't see or hear anything unusual last Sunday evening?
I'm sorry, detective, but as you know, I usually have my headphones on when I'm working. It shuts out most of the daily ruckus behind my window. It's an odd profession, making dice for people, but I like it, and I prefer doing this to sitting at home. I might have, but in this case, all I would have seen is my own reflection staring back from the darkness.
It's light here, but dark in the yard at night.
It's really hard to make anything out in the yard when it's dark outside. Besides, I rarely get up to look out the window when I'm in the zone. Well, there's always something going on in the Whirling's backyard. During daytime, there are usually those kids, and lately I've been seeing a lot of drunk workers hanging about. Must be because of the strike.
She's heard of the murder, but did not see it, sire.
But I never saw anyone during that fateful Sunday night, I'm afraid.
She nods.
Anything else, officer? We're inside the chimney of an old central furnace. It's strange, I know. But when I arrived here, all the other rooms were taken, so I had to build myself a makeshift home. Besides, I don't really have to pay any rent here, so that's a plus.
Creative.
When she arrived here, there was no room anywhere else. She must have known the other businesses.
More or less. Are you interested in anyone specific?
Oh, quite a lot of them spring to mind.
There used to be a fashion atelier here, but I have forgotten the head designer's name. They were doing well for a couple of years, until the insect rights activists came.
Insect rights activists? I mean, I get it, but what's to do with the...
The atelier produced a certain collection that used chitin among the materials.
Oh, I see.
Apparently chitin is made in the Occident, where it's extracted from beetle wings. And you know how all kinds of political movements are big in the Occident. The activists shut down the biggest chitin supplier, which of course caused the price to skyrocket. And, naturally, All the most fashionable tastemakers refused to be seen in Kyton from then on. The atelier went bankrupt before they could finish the collection.
I like insects.
Really? Anyway. Oh boy, the fabled Revachol ICT. You're in for a treat here. The place was owned by two guys who had some rather innovative ideas about marketing. The bear was one of them. Now ask me about their other ideas.
Indeed. What were the other ideas?
There was really just one, and it involved picking out the prettiest girls in the neighborhood and paying them 20 cents per hour to man the booth. And by man the booth, I mean slump behind the counter with a face that could maim you if you ever dared to disturb their bored magazine browsing.
Fritte does the same thing.
Employing silky teenage girls is a widespread practice, yes. Unfortunately, they always come in packs. I'm talking about acne-ridden girlfriends and gorilla-like boyfriends loitering near the shop. At least that's what happened with Revachol ICT, and they already had the bear.
The bear.
The bear.
The bear.
Of course not. The bear was terrifying. No one wants ice cream guarded by a hostile apex predator. To make matters worse, the fridge didn't work too well either, and half the ice cream came out malformed and partially melted. Eventually, Revachol ICT lost the price war to its rival, Glace 5000. Glace 5000 sold caramel sundaes for only 5 cents a piece, out of regular fridges.
I'm sure the bear was doing its best. I killed the bear.
You did what? Ugh, of course they left it plugged in. Even in death, the bear is costing them money. The taxidermist who made it said it was his vision beast. He said he met his vision beast while high on desiccants. He called it Megatherion.
Sounds cool.
It's an imaginary beast that guides you through life by telling you to do more drugs, mostly. Very good. You shouldn't do them. You're a police officer after all.
She doesn't know.
Anyway, now you know the story of the fallen ice cream empire.
Little sparkling embers.
Yeah, I was
under the
thinking
window.
Megatherion, actually.
Anything else? Another failed business, perhaps? I've been here for a long time. It wasn't merely a gym, it was Artemitep's boxing club. A community project created to steer at-risk youth away from drugs and crime.
It's Dare.
A kind man from Zemsk. I heard he had some trouble with the law when he was younger, and that's why he wanted to start the gym, as his way of giving back. Kuno. Who's Kuno? Oh yes, you mean the kid with the sailor's mouth. Yes, I've heard him yelling profanities in the backyard. I think it would take more than a gym to help that kid.
So she hears the kid screaming all the time. Shouldn't she have heard the murder? Unless the murder wasn't done in the backyard.
It didn't. If anything, it made the youth situation in Martinez even worse. At some point, someone started a rumor that the punching bag downstairs was full of amphetamines.
It's not really full of that. No one would store their drugs like that.
Eventually, the coalition took away the funding and the club went bankrupt. This was a few years ago. It's gotten much more peaceful around the plaza ever since. Fortress Accident, the radio game studio.
Okay.
They were an interesting bunch. We talked about role-playing systems every now and then. Once, I even saw two of them get into fisticuffs over Wiro.
I was like, how could she think nothing of it when she heard it? But at the same time, it's like, I live in a city where it's probably like the same thing. It's like, shit happens.
That's understandable. Fantasies are serious things. The mind is the drawing board of history.
They certainly took their work very seriously, even if they seemed to be chronically liberal with their schedules. The usual, they ran out of money and couldn't get the project done on time. Well, I did hear them talking at times. They seemed to believe they were historical individuals on some grand quest.
She sounds almost mocking when she says that.
That's what I thought. Because when the money started to run out, they just began to complain a lot about capitalism. You know, how the markets are rigged to keep up new businesses and so on. In the end, they just didn't get it done. They didn't have enough willpower to produce something truly historic, and to show up to work on time. Not the wisest decision. You would have lost all your savings.
The result is 1 on a 20-sided die.
Anything else? Oh, this one's a mess. There used to be a company that promised to repair windows 24 hours a day. What could go wrong with this one, right? Turns out, the business was actually set up as a front for an illicit group that was producing snuff milias. Who would have guessed?
What's the snuff milieu?
And they never cleaned up the debris either. Now it's just littering the hallway and I have no idea how to get rid of it on my own.
1 out of 20 is crazy, but that's like the look I have with this game's rules anyway.
It's a Sub Rosa radio station that broadcasts real murders with real victims. Some people pay good money to get off on it.
Ah.
Nothing changes in her tone as she says that, as if it's just another piece of information to lay out for the world.
Don't worry, the ICP has a separate division that deals exclusively with unlicensed sub-roses. This isn't our problem.
Good luck with that. It's not easy catching those perpetrators. Yes, I think it was called Androgynous Orlando or something similar. They weren't a big hit around here. Turns out that working class men don't like genderless haircuts. They're scared of that word.
A bit of experimenting every now and then isn't bad. It's not about the haircut, it's about the confidence.
I guess it just wasn't the time yet. You mean Mr. Fabron, the taxidermist? No, he mostly just did drugs.
So Orlando was androgynous.
Anything else? They were made by a company called Slipstream. After they pivoted from making rotor blades to skis, their chief executive
We
took
know the
off
order
on
now. We did it.
vacation
The
with all
biggest
their
lore in the
money.
entire game.
Honestly, I think it's quite funny. I think he's still sending out holiday transmissions from Tulula or Tiumotiri or Hashtkor or wherever he is. The usual, I imagine. That he's been thinking up all kinds of new business plans and can't wait to get started on them just as soon as he returns.
Men like that are a curse.
Sure, but Slipstream is history now. All their remaining assets got seized by the bailiffs in 47. I have no idea why those skis and blades are still lying around in the house. Not much use now, I guess.
They were just the props. Why return them? Maybe you could make a sword out of one. No, wait, forget it. It would take too long.
Oh, right. I hope you didn't try to ring me. I think none of those doorbells work, including mine. I'm still in the middle of connecting the wires. Sorry about the confusion.
The doorbell with the empty name card must belong to her then.
It can't be true. They don't work here anymore. They've been gone for years. Are you sure it was Slipstream SEA? Was it a woman? Maybe it was Plaisance from the bookstore. Tricentennial Electrics? It used to be a major electric company 100 years ago. Are you sure it wasn't just some kids playing a prank on you?
It was too real to be just a prank. Either we're dealing with a professional actress, or whatever happened, keep your cool. It's probably better to admit that it was a harmless prank.
A prank is more likely, no? Oh, the kids these days. We were just one of them, and now they're terrorizing us. No solidarity. That's right. I haven't even written my name there. As I said, it's quite useless right now. It doesn't work yet. You could say so. Both houses were built at the same time and under the East Delta Commerce Center project. That explains why you can call the whirling from the intercom. Albeit, I doubt that anyone responds.
If the whirling is part of the same building, then it's part of the Dune commercial area. The darkness of this place is there, too.
Right. It used to be a gaming arcade. This is an ancient failure.
Gamers are real.
Before my time. I'm not surprised, however. My advice, don't base your business on a fad. Hypnotism, floriography, trick-track, especially pinball.
It's actually called TikTok, but that's fine.
Agreed. Pinball is the worst.
Sure, I'm listening. I'm pretty sure it still doesn't work. Sure, I'm good. I hope it clarified things a bit. What else? I've heard the stories, but I don't think those stories are true. Plaisance, the bookshop lady? I've heard that her business is doing rather well. Have the energies spared her somehow? All right, but it's not just the bookstore that's still up and running. What about the whirling in racks? Some people say it's part of the building complex. And then there is me. I've been here for 14 years, selling novelty dice to role-playing enthusiasts. Not exactly a million-real business idea, yet somehow I've survived despite the talk of malicious energies. Strange, isn't it?
Maybe it's just because she's so talented that she's been able to woo the curse.
I was just about to ask, what do you think? Do you think the curse is real? Exactly. Truth is always so disappointingly mundane and boring. But I'm glad we got this sorted out. Anything else I can help you with today?
That's all she has to say on the subject. She's been thorough and truthful, as far as we can see.
Huh. It's a shivers roll.
You feel nothing. If anything, it's uncomfortably warm in here.
Start taking off your clothes. You need to connect.
She has begun to idly clean one of her carving tools with a dirty kerchief. The tool's sharp edge shining in the light of her desk lamp.
The world famous balloon champion do be ballooning. Come on, Buster. Let's go. get you home, Grandma.
What have you found? And also, do buy the books. There may be teachings in them. A novelty dice maker? Well, spit it out. Why does she need the dice? For some kind of sorcery? Sometimes they use the ankle bones of sheep. I don't understand. If it's not her, then where is the source of the doom? How did she explain the curse?
The narrative she's built herself, it does need tearing down. She's squeezing on the pendant too tight. A drop of blood in her palm. To hell with it. Perchance you ought to just lie, sire.
Do I gaslight? Or do I just be a killjoy? Don't want to burst her bubble. I do.
Too many inconsistencies. What kind of talk is that?
Good luck persuading her. Some people can rationalize anything.
I am not doing as well as it looks like I am. I only have my Simone's wards to thank for the protection they provide. Yes, because her business consists of the psychic leech that's been feeding the curse. I see that you've fallen for her manipulation, Detective. The investigation is over. I just hope that you haven't made anything worse by going in there. Thank you for nothing. Please do buy some books or be on your way.
There was never any other way this could have gone. She's just too far gone into her own mind.
I am sorry we had to disappoint you, ma'am. Can we go now?
Let's get the shivers going. There we go. I can't respec after that, can I? I can't respec, right? Okay, so what were we waiting for? Art direction is through the roof. Oh my god, it's fucking racist guy. Mr. Racist. Still have 2 in-game hours to go before I can do that.
The worn and beaten wooden planks of the bench do not look overly comforting.
We can sit on benches after we've solved the murder.
You can revisit the bench if you ever need to pass the time when Lieutenant Kitsuragi is gone.
Thank you, tutorial. Helen tutorial. Everything is good here.
There are clothes inside. Cheap second-hand clothes, smelling of strangers' body odor.
Don't be shy. These are premium class clothes. Good quality fabrics, best retro design. Save the economy with your style, officer.
Save the economy? That sounds off.
Haven't you heard, officer? We've got to be economically conscious. Recycle your cash, keep it in circulation. Don't buy new things. Buy eco. Look around, officer. You see all these premium goods just sitting there, not getting bought? We've got to keep the flow of goods moving. Is this really the economy we want to leave to our children? Too bad, officer. Kids make it all worthwhile. Without kids, who's going to be around to enjoy the economy? Don't let me stop you. Open the box and browse a little.
You find your hands deep in tattered and faded garments made from weird polyester blends that make your body itch and sweat in all the wrong places. The box smells like cat piss or like an old person with no money.
Economical, but also trendy. Look firsthand, buy secondhand. Keep the economy moving.
Something cold grazes your hand. Synthetic and sleek, a windbreaker. Surf, it says, but also wind, summer, 100% waterproof, and sport.
Sport.
All in different typefaces.
They know about my famous intro.
Good choice, officer. Mega sporty. And it's only $4.50 for you, sir.
You see a Samaran street vendor surrounded by a motley assemblage of goods. When he realizes you're looking at him, his face breaks into a wide, welcoming grin. The name Sileng is embroidered over his breast pocket.
Happy shopping, officer. Everything's cool here. Everything's cool. The goods are cool, the customers are cool, the place is cool. And one more thing, officer, you're very cool. Bang, 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 bang!
Oh, thank you.
You feel a twitch in your index fingers. There's a finger shootout brewing.
Don't shoot, officer! Have we got an arrest here or just a shakedown? Of course, I'll come quietly. But perhaps I could convince you to arrest some of my wares, officer. With your money, maybe?
Give me money.
Start with a little compliment, then work your way up from there. This is about business, remember.
Oh, okay. But why, officer? An investment? What kind of investment? I hear you, officer. What kind of a sum are we talking about here? Sounds like a fair deal all around.
Thanks for $10.
Corruption.
The lieutenant nods calmly and says, corruption. Indeed.
It's just like bus or seagull. A kid watching out of a window describing things going by. He doesn't like it too much, but what do you do?
Only the coolest goods in Revachol. I've got sneakers, speakers, extremely comfy pants too. Try them on right here. No shame, only freedom. I'm an entrepreneur, officer. I've got sources, buyers, suppliers, distributors, manufacturers, wholesalers, all extremely cool and above board. Good joke, officer. Here we don't have permits. Just economic freedom. Take a look around.
You glance around the decrepit buildings, the miserable weather, the sidewalks strewn with sunflower seeds and a dust-choked air.
It's beautiful. Beautiful freedom. That's right. Revachol is the best place for an independent self-employer like myself. That's why it's so cool with all the models coming here and cool celebrities. No need for discounts at ceilings, officer. Everything's already on sale. Anything you want, 50% off.
But did he first mark them up 100%, just so that he could put them on sale?
My man, you know how the game is played. You and me, we should work together. What do you think? Shake things up? Anything for you. You mean these delicious pre-packaged shelf-stable meal kits? Really easy to cook, no hassle, really cheap too. Buy some, try them out.
No hassle. There's a little of a hassle here, it appears. A moral hassle.
It is. Practically free. Yours for 5 cents a piece. Rock that tuna. Why not some macaroni too?
2.
No problem here, officer. I get all this from one of my suppliers. An extremely reputable guy.
Wait. Humanex. Humanitarian aid.
What?
A convincing performance. Bravo.
Look, officer. I'm just a retailer. You'd have to talk to my supplier if you got questions about the supply chain. That's how the game works.
Interesting.
Me? It's a boring story, officer. Who cares about the past? I'm all business now. All Revachol.
This man probably comes from Seaguy, sometimes known as the Apricot Suzerainty, an archipelago in the Samaran Isola.
Very sharp, officer. I'm Serais, from the Seaguy province of the Serais Empire. The Apricot Suzerainty, you know?
Apricot Suzerainty calls to mind an era when the Seaguy archipelago was colonized by Revachol. It's a bit of a slur, in other words.
Oh.
Very cool. I admire your awareness of our intertwined histories. It's super nice of you to apologize for colonialism. But the Apricot Suzerainty is a shithole. That's why I left. If you say so, officer. I don't worry too
It's
much
super
about
nice
politics.
for you to apologize for
I'm an
colonialism.
entrepreneur, you know. Whatever's good for business is good for me. You keep coming back. That's good, officer. Keep browsing those clothes. Keep saving that economy. Gotta prepare for springtime, right?
Sure, why not? Fuck it. Jacket. Oh. That looks great on him. That looks great on him. Drama 1, clinically insane. These have descriptions? Wow, that jacket is not for him. Did I click on this?
There's a pile of cheap sunglasses in a small box.
You like sunglasses, officer? I've got the latest styles Right here.
Abort. These are hideous. What's more, they don't even fit your face. You can feel them pinching your nose and chafing against your brow.
Damn, officer! You look like a mega secret spy. Very secret. They're practically made for you. I'll let you have them for 2 real and 50 cents.
It's going to be very difficult for anyone to take you seriously with these things on your face.
No, you are definitely not buying those.
Are you sure? But they look so good on you.
These are all boring. Boring third-rate ho-hum sunglasses made of cheap Syrahese plastic. The kind of plastic that melts in the sun. Those UV stickers are almost certainly just there for the show. If anything, these lenses probably direct more UV light into your pupils.
These are all first-rate sunglasses. Premium design, superb material, very cool, UV resistant. These will definitely keep your eyes safe and cool while doing your dangerous police work.
This is not a big deal, but I'll try.
No luck. All you find is this lime-colored cellophane visor, produced by a bargain sportswear brand called Amphibian, apparently. There's a malformed green frog on its bent cap.
Oh, but I want that.
Oh, that visor is perfect for you, officer. It'll definitely keep the sun out of your eyes while you're shooting criminals. Bang, bang! And all for a mere 6 real.
Hey, at least it might actually offer some protection against the sun. Not like those cheap plastic shades.
I hope not.
You don't like it? Sure, Square Joe. No problem. Let's get you some real shades.
Is that cheese? Can I get cheese? Oh. Thanks for cheese.
Body betrays your degeneracy.
Yeah, Measurehead. His body totally betrays his degeneracy.
What?
Are you admiring my morphophysiology? It must be frightening to stand in the shadow of this racial pinnacle. Be calm, Sandwich. You are not in danger, because you are not a threat to me. You have succumbed to Al Ghul. You reek of it. An invisible sword of Al Ghul emerges from your throat. You cannot see it, but others can. It is making the woman in my company sick. Yes, Al Ghul.
He means alcohol.
Correct, my small skull servant. Al Ghul is an ancient Ilmaran poison. A parasitic fungus that has colonized your race. It is a trick the desert pygmies played on you for humiliating them and stripping them of their land.
Intentionally fermented drinks have existed for 10,000 years.
This is a fabrication the alchemists of Yizot and Bashir and the Rolam al-Ghul have fed your people. Go on believing in it, race loser. Why don't you have another drink? Your features are not yet congenitally deformed enough.
Oh yeah, Measurehead.
What?
It's not good.
It's like a rat crawled into your stomach, got drunk and drowned.
Well, that's good news.
No, you don't. You need to get another drink. Occidental Haplogroup B4 is done giving orders around here. The influence of the ham sandwich race is waning.
What?
Does this remind you of someone? The guy down there?
Look at my craniology. I am the pinnacle of my haplogroup. The pink blob is a bad example, even of yours. It saddens me. You were once a noble and powerful race.
What is this guy on about?
You gave the world eugenics, electricity, and powerful weapons of war like missiles and aerostatic aircraft. You made great gains in metallurgy, race theory, and statecraft. You dominated lesser cultures, like the deformed Hemians and the inexplicably potato-obsessed Khoikos. But now your ascent to the genetic summit has halted. You are obsessed with sadness and with frivolous pop culture.
That's cool.
You will be superseded. Isn't that right, babe?
It is, baby, yeah. You know it.
There is a button right behind him, just out of reach. It must be the one that opens the door to the harbor.
Last we saw, your race was... Last we saw... Last we... Last we... Last... Last... Last we saw, your race was being superseded by the Seminese. It is my task to keep the degenerate drunks from entering the harbor. That is right. You should leave the stage of history with dignity by inviting the other races to a great world war. Bring your troops to the Seminine Islands and to Boogie Street, and we will pulverize you. When you are gone, we will build a museum for you. The walls will be lined with bottles of Al Ghul, your beloved beverage. Inside, we will store the odes to homosexuality you call art, and your microcephalic skulls.
There may be a peaceful solution to this. You could internalize Measurehead's race theory. He would take you as one of his own. Well, not as such. What you do with a mastery of advanced race theory is up to you. You could reject the findings,
I don't know if I
sure,
want to become an advanced
or
racist.
accept them and become an advanced racist.
I don't want to become an advanced racist. I want to do anything but that. Why not? It sounds funny. It really doesn't. Advanced racism does not sound like a funny thing. It just sounds like a subcategory of brony. the internet dwelling kind. Look how easy it is to become an advanced racist. Does not require brain power to do this.
The man looks at you, silent and unmoving. His eyes burrow into the remnants of your soul.
You are not Santiago. Santiago is not you. Even the phrenically impaired can see this. Racists are generally not very good examples of their race.
Welcome to Revachol. You hear him yell at a redhead woman visiting the fritter nearby. He must think redheads are immigrants.
I am not like them. I am craniometric perfection. I have taken the trouble to permanently draw a phrenologic grid on my skull and features. This should dispel any doubt.
The drawings are precise and look true to their pseudo-scientific ambitions. One thing, however, it is not entirely free of throwbacks in the phylogenetic tree. His large jaw, for example, could be a trait indicative of criminalism. Also, his earlobes could be small.
That atavistic stigmata makes pussy say yes, plenty.
Babe, thanks. But I got this. Don't be vulgar. White or not has got little to do with this. The race enigma runs much deeper than that.
None of these are real things. You need to get a job.
Mr. Clare is a man of vision and means. He has the will to confront polycultural capital. Something your race, naivistic communists, never did. Also, to serve is noble. It takes discipline. Your petulant individualism has only contributed to your race failure. It is lax and moronic.
My jam is a mysterious fourth thing.
Jam. Individualism. You have gotten these ideas from degenerate youth culture, have you not? You have picked them up from rock and roll songs?
Is there a way to get him to speak faster, like a normal person?
Of course it does. You are a degenerate individualist and a rock and roll rebel. A pawn of international finance, just like the rest of your ham-colored race.
This is a load of barnacles.
I am not surprised you enjoy it so much. This has happened to many of the side products of the inevitable cultural victory of the Seminoles race. The South Island race, haplogroup A4A. We are the rightful masters of the Insulindian archipelago. We descend from the Areopagites of ancient Pericarnassus and arrived here 4,000 years ago.
This accent is so inconsistent.
Millennia before you.
Buddy old pal is making it up on the spot.
We are the future. That is all you need to know. I am a descendant. The narrow streets of Ulembuir are with me in my genetic dreams. I see young Seminoles women walk into the grey mass on Ile de Fantôme, waiting on immaculate
See, that one.
conception.
Remember how you spoke fast
from
there?
the pay.
Try that again, but like for the entire stanza of words you're saying.
No. I have heard about it on the radio. I'm from Couronne. And no, it is not just in Revachol. The city is central to the Simony strategy. Spreading through its trade networks, our culture will dominate the world. You have heard enough about our phylogenetic secrets for today. You have extinction to come to terms with, and never getting into the harbor.
I think this racist is better than the last, but the next racist will be the really good one.
That will be the...
There always is.
Race is reality.
That's cool, but why does he look like a boulder? So there is so much stuff.
Yes?
Meow. Sorry, I'm just the balloon champion of the universe.
Have you no shame? Whining about your back every time you bring out the measuring tape.
René, you're a man with a fork in a world of soup. Please, let's just try to enjoy the game, all right?
I'm trying to, but you keep breaking my concentration. You're old. I can see that. We're both old. Now stop grabbing your ass like it's a girl.
These manly men are playing balls. This is a ball game. Grab a ball and play it. Don't ask questions. Shoot first. Ask questions never.
Alright, I got this. Ball time.
That's the spirit. Don't even waste your breath asking about the game. They wouldn't know anyway. They're way past their prime.
Huh?
You are immediately surprised by the ball's lack of weight. No matter, you'll make it work. The cold metal ball is surprisingly smooth against your neck. It has a pattern on it, probably a sponsored ball. Yours would only be covered with bumps of learning and scars of victory. Already your muscles are adjusting to the weight, the nervous system calibrating, until you and the ball have merged into a single entity.
The man ball?
The man ball is ready.
The man ball?
A chilly breeze ruffles your hair as you stand there, feet firmly planted. All sounds, smells, even the wind, everything fades until the only thing left is the union of man and ball.
This is the story of DJ Goober. He said, "Father, I want to become ball."
An embodiment of pure motion, a fine-tuned locomotor running at maximum efficiency.
Okay.
Merde! Bordel de merde!
A whorehouse of shit? It wasn't whorehouse of shit. The shot was at least 23 meters, probably 24, and then some. Nothing to be embarrassed about.
What the hell is your problem?
I don't know.
You vandalized our game, son! We can't play pétanque with 5 bull! Well, it damn well isn't. It's pétanque. You ruined a pétanque game. We want our bull back.
Take it easy, René. This is just a misunderstanding, isn't it, officer? No harm done.
Of course there's harm done, you orange slug. You owe us a goddamn bull. Will this... No, it will goddamn not.
Thank you, officer. This is really something. Honestly, I think it's better than our old bull, even.
Mon Dieu. All right, fine. What do you want, officer?
Yes. Why did you come here? It's unlikely they know anything about the murder. You never know. He might know something. This is a good vantage point.
Yes. The terrain here provides an interesting variety to a familiar game. I do. Fire from heavy artillery. Why what? Because that's what happens when communards hijack your country, execute your supreme leadership, and turn your capital into a slaughterhouse. You use heavy ordnance to clean up your home. Commies, communists, socialists, anarchists, call them what you like. They just chose the name to feel special. Senseless sentimentality. Sadly, no. It was the foreigners who brought them to their knees. We fought valiantly. Too valiantly. So valiantly we got licked.
Uh-huh.
Should have fought dirty, like they did with their suicide sex cult propaganda and mad anarchist women strapped to shrapnel bombs. We didn't though, and we lacked caliber. God bless him, but the suzerain's cannons simply weren't big enough.
It was probably a bit more complicated than that.
I'd understand. I understand. I'd bomb this place too.
Because this place is a damn beachhead. Had to soften the commies up first. Yes. The military coordinated amphibious landing to take back Revachol. Martinez was used as one of the 3 footholds in Revachol during Operation Deathblow in 08. The other 2 are off in Stella Maris and the Delta. This here is Blood Ground, where Coalition boots first made landfall and cleaned those rabid dogs out. Most likely, we're playing pétanque on their mangled corpses.
Blood ground. You got old René going there. Like he isn't hungry enough already.
Don't get me wrong, officer. I hate those foreign dogs, but the enemy of my enemy and all that. They're the lesser evil. Damn right, son. They laid the fire of hell on the city before they stormed it. And it worked, too. The rest of the city got cleaned up, but Martinez they keep as a monument. And now the Union Socialists are practically running the place.
Well, it's your own damn fault. You, we, the coalition, Revachol, whoever you want to blame, never finished the job. Officially, the party never surrendered. Of course they still all influence.
You don't even begin to truly understand the players on the table, let alone the specific circumstances surrounding the... What do you think?
Thinking men have opinions on these things. Present one.
Present one. I don't know.
I'm just so damn sorry it had to be the coalition. After 8 years of fighting those hyenas, boiling cats for food and drinking piss in the mountains, I would have preferred if the Right Honorable King Guillaume returned through Revachol, or even if that damn clan Frisel had risen from the grave and led us. Sadly, that was not the case. Instead, all that is just, holy, and beautiful in the world was wiped away, and now it's neon signs with toothpaste ads everywhere. Foreign influence peddling garbage and stupid music on the radio. This is just what the commies wanted. This was their plan all along. This is what they wanted to replace the role of the suzerain with. A true king in both blood and mind led Revachol before Frisel. He would have been better, but the damn commies drove him into exile.
Some manner of self-deceit is present in his thinking. Sounds like this Guillaume abandoned him, and he doesn't want to admit it.
Damn Frisel. He was the king we couldn't protect. The Carabineers failed him, and the crown. He died in the hands of the Hyperlay, in a very public execution.
He slouches as he says that. It makes him smaller, admitting they left the king to the mob.
He doesn't. That was 100 years ago. Ain't got nothing to do with anything. The suzerain is the king. Has everyone forgotten already? They've forgotten already. It's no use talking to you. You were still in Daddy's balls when it happened. When we took our last stand against the Filth and rode the cavalry straight into gunfire. It's a Belle McGrave, 4.46 caliber, breech loading, Revachol made. Good weapon, accurate and reliable.
His moves are quick and precise as he first checks the weapon, then aims it at the sea. This man knows firearms intimately.
This one's inoperable. The bolt spring is missing and the mechanism is jammed shut. Still a beauty. Where did you find her? I'm not surprised. There are probably lots of forgotten wartime weapons lying around here. Back in the day, everyone had something stashed away. As for the rifle, I don't know what else to tell you. These BM-446s are an antique. No one uses them anymore. The ammunition is impossible to find. Unfortunately, I don't. Unlike most of the locals, I have no qualms about assisting law enforcement. But this affair has passed me by completely. In Martinez, the Union is the law. So can you really blame them? Cop is a pejorative term. I don't have a problem with policemen. On the contrary, I admire the effort to bring order to our streets.
He doesn't know about the crime. Your time is better spent discussing politics.
I'm confident they are indispensable in regard to all the paperwork and other administrative duties.
Oh, man.
But you must agree that nature, in her infinite wisdom, has made men more fit to perform certain, more challenging tasks. Don't you, officer? Really, officer. Match an average woman against an average man in a dark alley and see who comes out on top. Gender equality is a very noble, very modern idea. But in real life, primal roles prevail. But I do not wish to discuss this matter further.
Why? He's gonna get sized up. He doesn't realize it. He's scared.
Ah, yes. King Philip III on his steed. A reminder of what Revachol once was.
Oh, absolutely. At the mercy of a cocaine-snorting tyrant who emptied the treasury so he could sleep on a bed of gold.
A superpower, feared and respected. A testament to what this country can be under the leadership of a true king. Someone who knows how to rule.
What was that about cocaine?
Oh, old Philip was a big fan of the purple nose candy the nobility loved so much. A cocaine connoisseur of sorts. His egocentricity is borderline legendary.
You can't even take responsibility for yourself. How could you fathom the responsibility weighing on the shoulders of a ruler? That's why the Philippian kings use cocaine, for clarity of vision. to aid in their work. Regnum cocainum. Revachol's finest
Sorry,
years.
is this person just throwing balls infinitely into the crater? Do it again. Do it again. Oh, purple one. Wow. Beautiful.
Of course. Clarity of vision. Awareness.
Philip III was even brought into this world with the help of cocaine. The court made him administer the dose to his mother when she was in labor, and it is well known that with the help of cocaine, only the purest, of course, he was able to connect with higher realms.
He's just making excuses for the king's habits, isn't he?
For a
From what I've seen of the officers of the RCM... But I don't want to get into a debate about drug policies. Decisively, without fear of offending the sensibilities of the frail and weak-minded among his subjects. This is something the insurgents never understood. A nation is only as strong as its leader. That's why it was such madness to try to...
Don't get started on that again. What happened, happened.
The Carabinier doesn't reply, but his entire being communicates unbreakable resolve.
Right.
All you observe is a veteran refusing to let go of the past and his old uniform. This is not uncommon.
It's funny because that's supposed to be the failed attempt at discerning, but that's kind of just what I'm thinking.
This is the uniform of the Royal Carabiniers in service of Frissel I, Guillaume le Lion, and the valiant King Philip V before him.
Don't you mean Frissel the Fan?
You do not speak his name, Craven, although he was a clown. But he was our clown.
He was
ours to ridicule
he was
and
a
to
clown,
mourn.
but he was our clown.
There's something you missed. You will get to it. Don't worry. Hey. Psst.
Huh?
Psst. Hey, you. Yes, you. Word on the street is you're ready to start building communism again.
How come there's word on the street?
You keep saying things like, down with the bourgeoisie, eat the rich, sodomize the landowners, impale all people who have more than 25 real in their pocket, literally murder all human beings regardless of their political beliefs. That kind of stuff.
Yeah, that sounds like me.
Funky style. Very funky. So tell me, do you have any questions before we fire up the big communism builder? Or do we get right down to it?
Wait, what does this mean?
Failure. It's about failure. Yes, abject failure. Total, irreversible defeat on all fronts. Absolutely vanquished, beaten, curb-stomped and pissed on. Until you came along. You will reverse the fortune of the workers of the world. You alone, against every living thing. Against every human alive. 800 trillion real in the hands of an impossibly well-organized ruling class. Towering city blocks of bankmen who have the ears of prime ministers. Million-headed armies of nations and the love of your own mother. You against the atom, the charm and the spin. Where the whole world failed.
Wait, why are we talking about
Matter
particle
failed
physics?
to bend to human will. Human will fail to get out of bed and tie its laces. You alone, single-handedly, will rebuild the dreams of the working class. You are the last communist. Now get to work, comrade.
What do you mean opt in or out of communism? Why is this something I'm choosing right now? What's happening? Is it like doing this based on like the way I'm responding to people? The game reads your political philosophy based on your dialogue choices. I'm being profiled. Which is bad because you're doing a great job. So yeah, let's do communism.
Oh yeah. Get the firing squads and the animal wagons ready.
Wait, what? Firing squads? You didn't say anything about those.
Too late to back out now. You can't make an omelette without breaking a few million eggs.
Yeah, fair enough. Sure. Alright. Oh, I could... What? I have a skill issue. I can't internalize these right now. Alright guys, let's do communism. Enormous. Enormous. Do I have a particular goal right now? Just inspect the body. Well, I can't inspect the body without throwing up currently. Oh wait, but I have the volumetric shit compressor or whatever. Why am I being circled? Alright, let's get to the communism.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is entirely dedicated to that corpse smell. Emitting it is all it does now.
Alright.
There he still is,
Do it.
looking ha ha ha. Again, the corpse laughs at you, pus dripping from its mouth. You will never, every time it happens, it gets worse and worse.
Okay. Even though I got my shit compressed, how is it possible? Just cry.
I'm at a loss as well. I could swear your shit was together, detective.
Sometimes even that is not enough.
Officer, you just need to be stronger. Learn to keep it in long enough for us to work. There's nothing else to do.
You can open this white check again by going to your character sheet and spending a skill point to upgrade your endurance. Gain...
Maybe it's okay if you don't make it today. The dead man isn't going anywhere. And there's always other things.
No. I'm omniscient. And I'm the balloon champion.
There he still is. Look, as you breathe in, the
See?
odor comes over you.
What did I tell you?
It's the smell of the mind telling you to run, and your stomach to wring itself empty. With your hands at your sides and your eyes squinting, you stand in it.
They do after 7 days, yes. We are deep in decomposition here.
The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and enameled boots. His skin is greenish, marbled with decaying veins, and blotched by lividity. A fading web of tattoos covers his chest and shoulders. The cargo belt used to fasten him to the branch above appears industrial in strength. The material appears to be ceramic. Its clean white stands in stark contrast to the decaying flesh above the knee. The man wore thick polymer socks, probably for padding. A fine array of interlocking plates covers them. Delicate and fragile, they feel alien to the world around you, out of place somehow.
I was thinking that.
These are clearly not boots. They're armor, possibly part of a larger set.
Indeed. Technically speaking, these are sabatons, not boots.
Oh, the lieutenant uses a memo technique A6. That's not just any notebook. It's a classic. It's clearly some manner of super armor. Or future armor. Super future armor. I'm useless.
Ceramic plate. Zirconium dioxide, most likely. This is where the make would be. Under the hill. Fair weather. Fair weather model T500 VE. I'm guessing that's vitreous enamel. This is advanced stuff. It is. It's expensive. We've requested similar material for our tactical units for years now. The constabularies deemed it too costly. In that time, we've lost 6 men to semi-automatics. For a full set, about 4 years of wages.
For the northwest region of Revachol, an officer's average yearly income is 5,500 real, unadjusted for rank.
Not too much, yes. It's a sorry situation, I agree. That's for us to find out. Mr. Gart implied he was security personnel for the harbor company. This confirms my own assumptions. I agree. This equipment is way beyond what a guard can afford. That's for us to find out. Just something I scraped together from my station. An area report on Martinez. No, your first instinct was correct. This equipment is way beyond what a security guard can afford. Piece by piece. He's been out here for 7 days. It would be odd if they didn't. We should keep a lookout for these pieces. The armor could yield information. Maybe he'll know something.
Yeah, again, the game clocking because my playstyle is leading towards communism is like kind of funny, but it's like true. I mean, where do I keep it? Oh, it's right here. Nice. Just shout out to the Bible. You know how we do it. I keep it next to the very hungry caterpillar. They sit right next to each other, apparently. I don't know if that was intentional or not.
The Sabatons dangle off the man's decaying form, ageless and synthetic.
That shit looks like it's from Halo. Am I wrong? It literally gives me this like the sort of grounded, not fleshy but organic looking like, I don't know, tech. Just weird.
A small bell-like sound fills the air, like tapping on the side of a porcelain cup. The pry bar in your hand is itching for some action.
Is it?
It's anything but. This material is a kinetic redistributor. It spreads kinetic energy horizontally, from plate to plate, dissipating it entirely. See?
Faint, organic lines cover the plates where they separate into smaller ones. These plates then divide into smaller plates until there are hundreds of them altogether, like whirls of floorboards. The design looks organic, influenced by highly resistant wood materials, like lignum vitae and ebony perhaps. If trees were made of porcelain, this is what their cross-sections would look like. The smooth, glossy surface fractures into ever more intricate interconnections, peaking on the right sabaton, where you notice the whirls are in the shape of a letter and number combination, E50, 100, 1000.
Oh.
Good. Can you read it to me?
X5415 6745 678 222. Let's lie.
Why? Why would I lie? Why would I lie about this? Listen, I like to gaslight people for fun, but this is like we're trying to just do something objective here.
We have a make and a number. That's something. We can use the radio in my kinema when we're done. Either station can chase it for us.
A small, the pry bar in your hand. The metal connects with the same ding. The sound does not appear to get louder.
Interesting.
The only difference is a barely audible click underneath. Sounds like the end of a long dice roll.
Did you hear that? A click? This is a kinetic redistributor. It spreads the incoming...
Faint, or like whirls of floorboard. I am so disappointed in you. What are you interested in then?
We already talked about it though, conceptualization, remember? Oh, conceptualization, I forgot. You're not short-term memory. That's alright.
The stench fills your nostrils. As you push downward, an ominous creaking sound comes from above.
Stop! Pig's gonna pull his head off.
Brutal!
Huh.
You're about to pull his head off.
Do it, Homo!
Pull his head off. There's no point performing an autopsy if you do. We'll have compromised the coroner's case.
Indeed. From this angle, it does look like the neck isn't going to take much more. Being dead for a week has all but liquefied his muscles.
What are you trying to achieve anyway? Why are you hanging on to that boot? How many clues do you need? You already found a number. Besides, there's no way you're getting them off. All the organic matter in his body has been flowing down into the boots. They are fused to his feet now. Why do you think the locals haven't scavenged them yet?
You're sure there's a way to peel them off, but first the body needs to be down. And second, it would probably be better if the lieutenant wasn't around.
No.
All right then. You can pay the hostel bill in honor points. How many honor points have you collected? Of course there aren't. Don't be naive.
Shut up, interfacing. I'm more interesting than you. I'm incompetence, and I can fight you.
Processing will take care of them. With the situation in the morgue, it will yield nothing. But we must pick our fights. Should we continue?
The cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt, his torso covered in tattoos, and extremities blotched pink and blue.
That was a long time on the boots option.
The hangman's knot is pulled tight by the weight of the corpse below. Yellow, hard-edged polyester cuts into his neck. Above, a sliding buckle ties the belt to the branch. This is a steel-reinforced cargo lashing belt, big brother of the regular cargo belt. It's used for tying cargo under 6-rotor airships.
Airlifting. I thought it was used on lorries for strapping cargo to them.
My brain tells me so.
The local harbor uses 6 rotors to shuffle containers around. I get the sense they use whatever was on hand, without paying much attention to not incriminating themselves. I'm still approaching this as a lynching, yes. Motivated by the ongoing strike. You? 70% of the cases I get are just filling in the blanks on the initial report. This belt worries me. I was afraid it would be. Thin steel wiring, parallel strands. This makes getting him down more problematic than I had assumed. A noose is one of those things that's easier to use one way around. That ladder can't carry a grown man. I didn't see any splintering either, did you? I think they lassoed the branch, then pulled on the belt to close the buckle.
Well, that's still a lot of effort.
Could be. The shape of the branch supports the theory.
But I guess, because there were like, what, we found there were 8 people there, that would make sense with all that effort.
The cadaver hangs from the cargo belt.
Yes, I know.
An intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso, from the right shoulder to the solar plexus. Each time they intersect, a small white star is formed in their crossing. Hundreds of fading asterisks riddle his skin. Their concentration is highest around his heart.
Of no nation that I know of. If anything, it reminds me of religious illumination, last or penultimate century. Men who live harsh lives often turn to innocentic worship. But which one? I see no trace of a humanoid figure. I agree.
What?
He wears a wide leather belt around his waist and a gun holster under his arm. He takes a thin piece of milled aluminium from his coat pocket and pulls it open. Sounds like a sword being unsheathed. A small lens appears. Some sort of camera.
Shit, Kuno! What the fuck is that?
An instant color camera. I have only 2 ampoules, so nobody move. I don't want to waste one.
A sound, a shrill flash, followed by the breaking of a small ampoule of glass. You see streams of color pour onto the thick, glossy piece of paper, rolling out.
In case we need it.
Those boots are crazy. That's all I can think. Just the boots are crazy. Hat Trigot moment. Am I right or am I right?
Yes, it is pretty cool, isn't it?
There is only one ampoule left. Use it wisely.
It contains insight to the victim's person. By his build, I'd say this was a man of physical violence. The story he wanted his body to tell was important to him. It is his letter, to us. Someone should decipher it. We'll need to show it around. Sure, just don't lose it.
The glassy-eyed corpse looks by, his mouth mute and his skin as colorful as the chemical rainbow on the photo paper.
Is the green character in
Teeming
the
with
bottom left you?
opportunistic organisms.
No, that's just Tiberius.
His eyes are milky white and blind to the world, protruding comically from their sockets. There is no one home, just subaquatic terrors there. Dark brown hair grows on his head. His face is ready to explode from the organic processes inside. The death's head grin has passed. What remains is an unrecognizable mess. The corpse is dead silent. You have no idea why you just said that.
Who is he? He is male, 40 to 50, with an athletic build.
The corpse looks right through you as you distance yourself from its stench. As you narrow your eyes, the monster before you blurs into a violent mess of green and pink. This is a trick. You've done it before. Pink is where the blood settled in the first hours post-mortem. You can use it to see if the corpse has been tampered with. Does his position at the time of death match the discoloration? Only the lower extremities are pink with a dash of blue. His fatted hands, thighs, and his neck, just above the noose. The rest of the corpse appears dark green in the cold spring air.
I see it. His neck too. The lividity goes right up his chin. We have good, well-pronounced discoloration here.
The monster comes back into focus, an explosion of color, coursing with dark marbled veins. His stomach appears pregnant with something. Black liquid streams down his thigh and onto his boot.
Dude, I know you're pregnant, but there's like a kid throwing shit at you, so like, maybe wait to let that shit out until like the Kuno is gone.
So, what do you think?
He's beaten up. See the bruises?
Agreed, especially on the neck. The belt acted like a tourniquet, keeping the blood in his head. The hypostasis supports her hanging. There's always a chance. We should check for ligament marks on his neck to see if they're in tune with the belt. We'll have to get him down first. I agree.
His personality is no longer a part of the world.
Totally dead. He is.
A pool of blood and feces has eaten into the frozen mud below the man's feet. Purge liquid is dripping into it, drop by drop.
The victim appears to have contained no more than half a kilogram of digestion at the time of death.
The fuck are you saying?
Talking about shit.
Did we? I don't feel lucky.
He hated that.
I do. Most of them are post-mortem. Maybe even all of them. The delinquents have made our jobs harder with their little sport.
Stop talking in riddles, coin slot.
He means you fucked him up good, Kuno. Fucked him up brutal like.
But there is no breath to catch. Only the cadaver filling the air and your nostrils. He slowly rotates before you, decomposing.
Are you sure we finished the preliminary examination of the cadaver? We might miss some of these things once he's done.
The cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt, his torso covered in tattoos, and extremities blotched pink and blue.
I was gonna potentially put in the Inland Empire next anyway. 75 out of 100. Still have to go with this. That's on. Can I use the pry bar to get into the door of the, like, room? Oh, there are people here. Fascinating.
Yes?
Not you, Kim. Shut up, twink.
That sugary black rum stain on the counter makes you teary-eyed with joy. It's almost touching how syrupy and sticky it is. How long have you been up already? Oh, excuse me. Do you have something better to do than lust for sweet syrupy rum and lemonade? With a twist of lemon? Maybe lime. Maybe who cares? Just rum.
This is the most exhilarating character in the whole game. This one's saying everything. Yes, bro. How much epic swag do I have? None. 0 swag. Get in there.
Hello again, sweetie.
You see a heavy steel door.
So nothing with that yet.
Can I help you? Mine? No, it belongs to the Whirling in Rags.
Thank you for clearing that up. Why do you keep the container locked?
Why? To keep the hobos and drunks out. That's why. And the neighbors too. They put their trash there and they don't pay for the garbage company.
I thought as much. And are you the only party with access to the trash container?
Well, yes. Us and the garbage disposal company.
It seems a little callous, doesn't it? Something stirs in you. Prod at him and find out.
Callous? What are you, Kras Mazov? Almost all establishments in Revachol keep their trash locked. The whirling in rags is not special in that regard.
Krasmazov, nom de guerre, was an economist and a historical materialist. He was a leading figure on the Grad side of the Centennial Revolution, where he headed the 9-day government. Mazov is considered the father of scientific communism, Mazovian thought, or Mazovianism.
Well, damn. Yum Yum, tell me more.
He killed himself.
Oh.
What are we talking about? Was this not about the trash container?
Was there something you wanted? What for? Mazov? Are you planning to nationalize my trash container?
It concerns the case. Please cooperate.
Just bring them back once you're done, please. Another thing. Great. I love those. Yes?
Okay, can I use the pry bar for the room upstairs? Or am I too interested in something that doesn't matter? Potentially. What was that?
Kim also tries not to look at the pile of taped viscera on the carpet, or the weird suitcase on the hat rack, or the potted plant dying in the corner. But it's all just too morbid to ignore. The man is finding it hard not to trip on the tape, and not to send any of the bottles rolling across the floor.
This is where the magic happens.
And by that you mean crimes against humanity?
No.
I have no idea what that means.
What's the problem with this door? Why is it so alluring?
The door is closed. This door can only be opened with a key or from the inside. There is no answer. You hear the shower being turned on somewhere inside.
I'm good. But I need to do karaoke. So wait, what am I running around here for? I want to check here because I have some money. What was this again? Oh, was
The
this...
tear machine stands in the corner. A sign said,
That's right, I don't have any bottles with me. Being communist this early is so funny. I've never heard that dialogue from Cart. No, no, none of that.
a small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal spray.
Yes, I can get healing items here, question mark.
Is this about the questions again? Because I don't really know anything. A warehouse? I don't know. Maybe. I don't really care what Frit does.
She scrunches up her face into an expression of consummate adolescent skepticism.
Fine. Frit doesn't have a warehouse. Just a little back room here. Okay?
What the fuck is Hobo Cop? So wait. What if I not inspect it? Oh, I need to get a point into Inland Empire, and then I can retry that thing. I need 20 more points to do that, though. So I have to find... Hello?
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for more books?
Goodbye. Broken windows.
This coin-operated viewer is facing southwest. Its coin slot is full of fossilized bubblegum, rendering the machine permanently inaccessible.
Poor little viewer.
The metal feels cold and wet under your palm. It looks unhygienic.
Poor little viewer.
The metal feels cold and wet under your palm. It looks unhygienic.
I have hooves.
The metal feels cold and wet under your palm. It looks unhygienic. A thick layer of graffito covers the lenses. You spell out the word Onug written on the other side, with N and C scribbled backwards. That's Kuno on the lens.
Yeah, I know. I gathered that.
Under the graffito, a sea of blues and greys appear. Behind the water lies a coast, studded with concrete and reeds. On it, a church on stilts, lanky weather-worn wooden planks, an X-shaped cross topping its tower. You know this to be the Star of Pericanasis, or the Cairo, the central symbol of the Pericanassian Church, a star, a great moral height to be strived towards. Around the large wooden building you see chunks of sea ice gathered on the beach, and a small tent set up on the ice.
Poor little viewer.
The metal feels cold and wet under... This coin-operated viewer is facing south. The instruction manual says to insert 25 centimes and pull the handle while looking inside. Then use the focus knob to zoom in if necessary. Why place a tourist attraction in the middle of such poverty?
Hold on. Can you give me a second? I have to do something.
This coin-operated viewer, the metal... This coin-operated viewer is fake.
There was a revitalization project in 49. A design studio tried restoring Martinez to its pre-war glory. It didn't stick. They got as far as the street lamps and the statue on that intersection. Then something went sour. I suspect that something was Everard Clare, the union leader. He muscled them out. It's how it usually goes around here.
The lieutenant adjusts his collar. It's frisky outside.
I thought it said it's freaky outside. Like, sure, dude.
Your money disappears into the coin slot. A clunk. The ring of metal. The curtains on the display open. You lean in to catch the view. It's blurry. Different blues and greens. In the middle of the shimmer stands a drab grey shape, like a ghost. The lenses shift. The ghost sharpens into an islet in the bay. In the ruins, a man-made structure is visible. A half-sunken sea fort. Its concrete almost reconquered by nature. It looks as if it was abandoned quite some time ago. Nothing but a rotten tooth remains of the anti-aircraft tower. A lonely birch tree grows out of it.
Really? I don't have the eyesight to make it out.
Well, maybe if you just patted the little viewer, you wouldn't have such a skill issue. It's not indifferent to my approach, it's thrilled that I'm here. Oh? Hello?
This is a wall on the side of an apartment building.
Why am I looking at this wall?
You have no clue. It's just a wall. So many walls all over Martinez. Weather-worn, cracked, their paint peeling.
Are you trying to sneak up on me? Come to slit my throat in my sleep?
I mean, yeah.
Apparently, she doesn't like people standing behind her back. Logic error. She is not sleeping right now.
Logic does not like to be gaslit at all.
Pig's come to take me out, trying to snuff me out. Don't get fucking clever with me, pig. You think you're so clever.
Okay. Okay, actually, you could actually shoot her, by the way. You know, it just occurred to me. I can equip. Wait. Oh, it's not in tools. Let the intrusive thoughts win. I kind of want to. Is there any purpose for this? Can we get it, like, repaired? And it's not specifically to shoot her. That is not the only reason I'm thinking about getting repaired. Okay. Rifle doesn't work. Okay, very quickly. I have to do a drop shot. Can you guys watch Tiberius while I'm gone? Nice. Drop shot accomplished. Wait, was someone saying something in the game? Anyway, double kill.
It's been a
Why do I look at it suspiciously? Okay.
There must be another way into the building.
Fucking excuse me? What the fuck was that?
Can't get involved in this.
Do it again. Oh, you don't. Not again, Kim. Not again? What the fuck was that?
So much for a quiet smoke.
He spoke to me telepathically. What the fuck was that? Why is it so funny? There's gotta be another way in the building. Why did he say it like that? I forgot I'm supposed to look at the trash. I have to take a look at the trash. I really should go pet the viewer again.
This trash container is locked. The sliding lid has a padlock that says, "Whirling in rags." With a well-oiled crack, the lock pops open. It should now be possible to simply raise the lid. Don't. Maybe you shouldn't. Just a feeling. A warning from some part of you.
No.
The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste.
Oh, how kind.
We're just in time. This hasn't been emptied for over a week.
You see milk and egg rest with one broken egg in it. Some pasta wrapper. Picking up the soggy packages somehow feels familiar. You've done this before. The movements are recorded in your elbows, the methodology in your fingers. You're used to this. No, searching for evidence in the trash. A box falls into pieces in your hands. Batiste Soleil cereal. There are plastic pasta packages below, and turbo noodles. Nothing of note, however. Among the threadbare kitchen towels, something catches your eye. A pair of denim trousers. As the legs of the slime-covered jeans begin to unspool from the garbage, a rank corpse smell fills the air.
The victim's clothes? Cadaverine odor is faint. If these belong to the deceased, they were removed when he was still in the early stages of decay. Drop them in here, officer. Guitar-marked blue jeans. Pockets empty or emptied. He wore them with a belt, too. A white belt. The loops appear stretched, but the belt is missing. That's it. Do you see anything else in there? I have another bag here.
Something slimy catches your eye. A drab, long-sleeved shirt, olive-colored, appears from the food waste, dripping with pus.
This is a military-type overgarment. No label or serial number. This is the kind of rib-knit shirt that's worn over light armor to conceal it in an urban scenario. Anything more?
The rest of the rags are just kitchen variety waste. A yellow old mug that catches your eye. But other than that...
All right. We should go to Gart again and ask if he knows who put the clothes in the trash. It could be as simple as someone from the hostel cleaning the yard. Or that one. I'd advise against confronting that force. Not really. All we know is the victim's clothes are in the trash, the lid was locked, and his establishment had the key. It's just a small loose thread.
The fuck's he on about? Kids? You hear that, Kuno? He thinks you're an infant or something.
See?
The lieutenant nods, then looks back into the trash container. It's just organic waste, cold and slimy on your hands. Apple and potato peels, mostly. Unidentified sludge, and the occasional chicken bone thrown in for good measure. But hey, what's this? A blue piece of plastic sticks out from the apple peels. It's shiny, Looks like
Is
a
that the
core of
badge?
Something larger. A clipboard. A blue plastic clipboard with moist papers hanging from it. They look badly damaged, but you can still make out forms and notes, written in a man's handwriting.
Officer, is that your paperwork? It is. Look, the plastic has the RCM street grid on it. You've even got an autopsy form in there. If you don't mind me asking, how did this get in the trash?
I don't know. What's the answer?
Officer, this is an official piece of paperwork. It probably contains notes on numerous ongoing investigations, and could even list undercover operatives, informants. I suggest integrating it into your style, for all our sakes.
Easier said than done. How could this pathetic cabbage of copy paper and plastic ever become très disco?
It would also not hurt to start taking notes on the case. Now, tell me what your eagle eyes see. Or are we finished?
Some items, such as the ledger you found, are interactable. Go to your inventory and select the Interact tab to read your paperwork.
You pick out a broken mug with an oddly racist depiction of the yellow man frolicking in saffron, only in its social sensibility.
I didn't actually want that, but thanks.
The container sounds a muffled gong.
That's one thing off the list. I think we got it all.
The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste. The container sounds a muffled gong.
Okay, Inland Empire. Good. And then... Can't think about these things yet. I just do not have the capacity to.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A pitiful cabbage of white and yellow papers hanging from plastic board, barely held together by a metal clip. This sad display is made complete by the faint smell of urinal cleaner. There's a piece of toilet paper, or is it cleaning tissue? No, it's toilet paper, desperately sticking to the back of the blue plastic clipboard. It's a metaphor for you.
Oh, thank you.
It's just toilet paper sticking to the back of the plastic clipboard. You can take it off if you want. Still wet, the toilet paper peels off the plastic easily. All you have to do is shake it off with your finger and voila! The ledger now looks marginally better. An aluminium block runs the width of the board, biting down on the paperwork. Its crocodile teeth are the only thing keeping the papers together. A regular pencil, the tip worn down to nothing, has been attached to the clip. The surface is interrupted by a silvery sticker. It's rectangular, sparkling with iridescence. You don't know how you didn't notice it before. Looks like an official mark, made to be low visibility outside the right circumstances. It is similar to the RCM watermark on your blazer the lieutenant mentioned. Didn't he say something about the headlights of his motor carriage? That you can read these there?
What? Yes, halogen watermark used for adding information to RCM property. It depends. Aside from an anti-counterfeiting stamp, mine has my station number and address. The information varies by date of issue.
Maybe yours will have how many cases you've solved.
Any capable light with the right wavelength will do. Yes, RCM vehicles have headlights tuned especially to reveal halogen watermarks.
This means you can read the watermarks if you just turn the lights on.
Okay.
While a bunch of sodden papers sag from the clipboard in your hand, it's a sorry sight. They're not exactly white. They're yellowed in patches by sunlight and alcohol, and covered in dense blue handwriting. Ink escapes into watercolor patterns, reaching its tendrils across entire pages. The paper itself is checkered, with faint red lines, forming short paragraphs. Once in a while, there's a red stamp that exclaims, "Case files, commit to paper." The case files themselves are plenty. You count more than 100 sodden, crumpled up, earmarked pages falling apart in your hands. They appear to be sufficiently organized and extremely dense, if mostly illegible. Work, strife, poverty, the Jamrock Quarter. These are handwritten logs of investigations dating back to January 51, this year. The exact number is hard to estimate, due to missing pages and an odd naming convention. But there are at least 20, maybe 30 cases, undertaken, not completed, mind you. It's the middle of March. You have attempted 2 cases a week on average. What do you mean? Is that all? The notebook is annual. It says 51 on what remains of its cover. A molten strap of cardboard. Everything prior to this must have belonged to a previous volume. In short, there was more.
Huh? 2 complex cases to undertake is a lot, yes. You really have to push yourself. I would not suggest it, lest you start making mistakes. 2? That's a lot. I didn't mean to say you are making mistakes, by the way. That was presumptuous of me. It's okay. We all make mistakes.
Like a fan of gills, the checkered papers dry in your
I still
hand.
haven't fully
The
parsed
handwriting is extremely dense,
exactly,
if mostly illegible.
exactly what's happened to this character. It's like taking on a bunch of cases, kind of drinks himself to death after destroying a bunch of shit, and going on like an egotistical rampage. I feel like I can parse those basic details, but there's no cause yet. No cause I've been able to parse. It's probably something that's been staring me in the face so far. Something like... Yeah. Okay.
Yes, it appears you employ a, shall we say, robust yet literary system. Each investigation has its case number written on the margins. Yet, still more tellingly, most are accompanied by a
Yeah, it's still
name.
early in the playthrough, but I'm kind of like updating where I am mentally with it right now. Like that's kind of currently where my like currently where my understanding is.
A title, one might say even. One that draws inspiration from snoop fiction and vespertine cop show staples.
Uh-huh.
Yes, all caps. One is called The Next World Mural. Another, The Square Bullet Hole Murders. Another yet, The Unsolvable Case. Others appear more light-hearted. The guys on a couch in an unexpected location, and the murder at the Ukar Parlor. Even the rare article-free collapsing tenement. Murder features prominently throughout. It's going to take an effort to piece these case files together, but it can be done. Once you're done inspecting them up close.
You mean the alphanumeric? Officer, precinct, time of arrival at the scene? Oh, you mean the titular? Yes, well, so do I. In our defense, almost everyone in the RCM does.
Interesting.
It's a holdover from the early days of the RCM, right after the revolution, when the organization had little idea how to do things. It persists in an unofficial capacity. Officers use these titles to refer to their work among themselves. Again, in your defense, I seem to have named one the man with the hole in his head. That was a real person. His death was real. Still, I named it that, to amuse myself.
Interesting.
I pray his loved ones never find out. Rail spiked through the head. He died. It was a workplace accident.
There is, for precisely one more. 15 pages near the end remain untouched by the damage. The checkered grid forms a structure of passages, breaking the case into subtasks to accomplish. Once all the tasks are accomplished, the case is complete. The tasks you've completed flow out of the kind green ape pen in a brash freehand similar to the rest of the letters. The wording comes easily. It's almost robotically simple, a language developed for mental rigor and simplicity.
Cheese it.
Inspect the victim's body. Interview the cafeteria manager. It's not exactly poetry, but poetry would be out of place. A satisfying slash sounds across the paper. You're done, it seems to say. And you, and you. You're a swashbuckler with that pen, Harry, and it feels good. Feels like completion.
My morale.
Things to be done and things already done. The composition of reality. This is an extremely useful tool for a detective of the citizens' militia. Now all that remains is to name the case.
No, actually. Any ideas?
The furries are at home in the mirror.
Furies. Yes, well, I don't know. I have to be honest, I'm not experiencing the internal strife that refers to. And also, could you make it less poetic somehow? Just a normal case name, you know? Think, what would that be? A good normal name.
Yes, yes. You know what that normal name is. But it's so plain.
Furies. Could you make it...
Yes, yes. You know what that normal name is. But it's so plain. Anything.
Ah, yes. I have to tell you, officer, I don't appreciate ironic titles. Other officers will have to use this as reference. If it's idiot or cockfinger, they're not going to get it. They're going to think an idiot and a cockfinger were on this case. So, do you have something less funny? Great. That's great. That's actually what I was thinking too. The Hanged Man. Good, strong name. We have a very good name for the case now. I'm going to start calling it the Hanged Man. It's good to be salty dessert.
You don't exactly close them, so much as distance yourself from the smelly papers. They're a little further from your nose now. Yes, you can piece them together using the alphanumeric code on the margin. It always begins with HDB 41, then date of initialization and time of arrival on the scene, followed by the title. For example, HDB 41120111700, the Next World Mural. Why yes, your precinct number is 41. Every last alphanumeric in the files begins with it. And these are your case files. It's safe to say HDB are your initials. That is improbable. It takes about half an hour to piece one together, using the system you've devised. Where do you want to start? This one is relatively easy to reconstruct. Overnight on 1202, a graffito, nay, a mural, appears on an 8-story tenement overlooking central Jamrock. The building is a sparsely inhabited ghost tower, part of a failed real estate development called Grand Couronne. Cause of failure, rent too high. The mural is enormous. 2 silhouettes, a man and a woman, are kissing. The text cut into their form reads...
Why, do we really have to show that to kids? Do we really have to put that shit in public? Come on now.
True love is possible only in the next world. For new people, it is too late for us. Wreak havoc on the middle class. People call it that thing and that fucking thing. It's visible for miles. In 2 days, the station's complaints desk gets clogged with requests to remove the bummer. You and your partner are assigned to the case.
Partner?
The graffito crew is easy to track down. Only the bell lectures have the literage of industrial paint to cover the surface. One of the graffito artists is rumored to be rich. They take responsibility for the execution, but not the design. The ideologue of the next world mural, as the crew calls it, remains an unknown. The case files do not show you finding the author of the design. The crew agrees to clean up after themselves. However, your partner, JV, is against the removal, citing public support for conservation. This leads to a debate in Precinct 41, which then spreads to the streets of Jamrock, ending in a rare plebiscite organized by you and the rest of Row 3. The 9,000 people subjected to the mural's message, all of Lakeside, Central Jamrock, and Villalobos, plus half of the eminent domain, participate in the vote. Although the case begins with what appears to be a lot of rambling on the streets as to how juvenile and stupid the mural is, given a choice between 2 options.
I don't know if I'm reading into the subtext of this clearly. What exactly does this mural entail? I see. I'm understanding now. Keep it, why not?
A staggering 78% of voters choose to keep it.
Hell yeah.
Turns out the opposition were a loud minority. And that love truly is possible in the next world for new people. And it is too late for us. In any case, it appears to have been a rare case of civil activity in the quarter, and agreement as well. What do you want to tackle next? AKA Leslie and Burke, AKA the public indecency drunk and the property damage drunk, is a cursed case. It has been passed from unsuspecting officer to unsuspecting officer for 10 years. On January 29, the unsolvable case made its way to you. Why you accepted it, it is unclear. Every officer, and indeed most civilians in Jamrock, know it's unsolvable. Leslie will always take his pants off when he's drunk. Burke will always trash everything. It's just what they do. It is their nature. You cannot change the nature of a man, and you can't lock them away because public indecency and small-scale property damage are not punishable by incarceration. The only way for Leslie to stop flashing his genitals to bypassers and for Burke to stop dismantling signage and rear-view mirrors would be for them to stop drinking alcohol, which, in their 40s or 50s, it's hard to tell because of their distorted features, is a medical improbability on par with you ceasing to produce the expression. Threatening, fines, dragging them to the station, locking them up in the hellholes they live in, locking them up in the station, hypnotherapy, even trying to get the local gang of Zemyaki to take them out. The Zemyaki gave them ethanol, so Burke and Leslie would expose and rampage even harder. You tried it all, and still the complaints wouldn't stop, as they hadn't stopped for 10 years. It's plain to see from the files that you, Satellite Officer JV, and Special Consultant TH had more important cases to attend to. You uncover cross-reference to several ongoing investigations,
JV
each
again.
brought to a standstill every time you drive down Main Street. Because there they are, on the corner of Perdition. And what is Leslie doing?
Wait. What does Leslie do again? Flashing. But do they reverse? It's an anomaly, right? They do the public indecency, but you drive down and what if they're the one doing the property damage? It's like, whoa, it's unsolvable because it's so, I don't know.
Good, you're learning. If the files are to be trusted, that's all there is to it. That and Burke breaking things, and the fact that they're both drunk. But then again, so are you. The case becomes considerably less comic one day when Burke takes a swing at your ledger. He must have it confused with the property he likes to damage. But the joke's on him. You're drunk out of your mind on potent Pilsner. You slam the hardened plastic board in his face. Then you proceed to beat him unconscious with it. In the process, the ledger sustains damage. The compartment within, reserved for permeable documents, is jammed shut. You stop your assault on the now unconscious Burke to open it, but are unable to do so. The officer began to cry, reports Leslie, who, at this point, is tending to Burke. He came at us, and at us. I think he was trying to kill Burko. While trying to kill Burko, you slowly come around. The permeables compartment is open. You've smashed it open on poor Burko's kneecaps. The good news is, Burke can't walk anymore.
Oh, that's good news. Oh, that's just what I was thinking.
Can't get out of his apartment, an invalid. With Burke to tend to, Leslie cuts back on the indecent exposure. Maybe he flashes his genitals to Burke, who knows, but both drunks are off the street. The complaints stop. The unsolvable case is solved, which is also why the officer responsible narrowly escapes a disciplinary hearing. The end. Do you want to read another one? It would be very interesting to read about these, wouldn't it? I mean, there seems to be a square-shaped entry wound in the victim's forehead. She's been sitting there for weeks, on her rocking chair, with a square hole in her skull, staring at the wall, her mouth agape. That's all you got. From the half hour you spent piecing it together, all you know is the entry wound was square-shaped. You never found the bullet. And then another body showed up, also with a square hole. Who knows? Those pages are missing. What next? One day you may still catch the man with the square gun.
I want to find the man with the square gun.
Some assholes brought their couch outside and hung out on it. In the middle of the street, on the roof, on the hillside by the motorway. You know, at an unexpected location. They were young, and they thought they looked cool on it. Insufferable dicks. Young people are the worst. So anyway, you got a complaint about the damn sofa, or couch, or whatever it is. They were leaving it out in all these unexpected and whimsical locations.
Unexpected
They
and
took
whimsical.
it too, where they also took photos of themselves on it, and smoked cigarettes, and drank coffee because they felt it's intellectual. Cigarette butts, coffee cups, stupid couch. You had to clean it all up, and you did. So congratulations to you. Case solved. No, you didn't have time for that. These notes show that you have what is called a real goddamn job. You don't have time to be chasing down the couch assholes. You have a real job to do. What next? Murder. Tum-tum-tum. At the hookah parlor was a case originally assigned to an officer called Joseph Mills, who is now dead. Of circumstances completely unconnected to murder at the hookah parlor.
Pineapple Joseph? No! How could this be?
Beaten to death by a throng of Villalobos gang members when him and his partner JM, only initials mentioned, answered a call one night. It's a sad story, and it isn't really represented in your case files. Stop stalling and get to the murder at the hookah parlor. Joseph Mills was on this case that he just couldn't solve. Was doing it solo. Said it was a real nutcracker, a real brain twister. Was on it for, like, a month. The captain got impatient. Shit or get off the pot, Mills. Mills didn't get off the pot. Not yet. He kept at it for a couple of weeks more, racking his brains, running with every theory, as outlandish as they seemed. Still couldn't solve the murder at the hookah parlor. Tough case, he said. Toughest he's ever had.
What question is this?
No, he was awful. Awful sense of humor, too. The worst jokes you've ever heard. Really rapey. Still,
No,
he'd
that's
been
just
on
how
it for
cops are.
months now. Said it was the final case. Said it was uncrackable. That murderer vanished into thin air. That goddamn hookah parlor was all he talked about. Okay, so the case is handed to you because Mills isn't getting anywhere, and you look into it. Here's the setup. A young man is found dead in a hookah parlor. You know,
Is it
those
hookah or
places where you
hookah?
go and smoke bubblegum-flavored vapor all day. Yeah, so anyway, young man in his 20s found with his skull busted open, right on the floor of the hookah parlor, in the middle of the day. No one else is in there, only client that day. In perfect health, too. Some kind of movie producer. No one enters, no one exits. He's just sucking on his watermelon hookah all morning, all noon, like he usually does.
Yeah, that's
He's a
smoking
regular.
thing.
No calls, nothing. Just sucking on the hookah until 15:45.
Sucking on the
Then
hookah.
bam, he's dead on the floor with his skull busted open, blood everywhere. What happened? How can it be? Mills has no idea. Invisible assassin, movie deal gone sour. Girl at the counter did it. Nothing fits. Eerie. Man just dropped dead. So you go to the parlor. You see cushions around the table. Tables low, heavy, really sharp edge. See? You can't even read the thing without solving it. Yeah, it was that. Turns out hookah does do something. It turns off your brain's oxygen supply, and you don't notice it until you get up to go to the bathroom. Smoking hookah. Didn't you hear? I don't know. Trying to come up with a movie script, maybe. Anyway, that was Murder at the Hookah Parlor. Joseph Mills wasn't a good detective, and about 30 minutes has passed piecing it together. Next.
There's no next, it's done.
Not much has changed in the meanwhile. A bunch of sodden papers still sags from the clipboard. In the back, you see thin, translucent copy paper. Some neon yellow, some bright red, all covered in boxes, like marching armies. These look like official forms, waiting to be filled out.
Finally, the piss forms.
Then rip them from the binder and hand them out, according to type of form. 3. The topmost are misconduct fines, the middle ones are station calls, and the bottommost are field autopsy forms. Each is easy enough to make sense of. You don't have to be an intellectual giant to do police work.
Well, that much I know.
A monetary penalization ranging from 20 to 250 real. Severe cases allow for 1,000 real, but that requires special paperwork. The details of issuing these fines are spread out over the rest of the fields.
Can I give one of those to Kuno?
But they appear pleasantly vague.
Can I give one of those to Kuno? Holy shit. Can I give one of those to Kuno? Kuno got no money. Kuno doesn't give a shit. You're right. Sorry.
These are quite sinister in turn. They give a date and time for the person to appear at the specified precinct police station. Below the call are the criminal charges you risk by not appearing, all in a print so small it could be considered downright cute. A dozen pages of thin copy paper, bright red in color. You see the parameters of a deceased human form waiting to be filled in. Age, sex, condition of internal organs. Yes, all that remains now is to fill those forms and hand them to people. Fines for wrongdoers, interview requests for bad guys, and field autopsies to dead guys. The rest of the stinking cellulose is much worse for wear. Being sandwiched between the board and the rest of the paperwork must have spared the fragile copier paper. It takes about half, not much, arson, petty theft, spousal. You don't exact. It's made of dark blue plastic, hard enough to beat someone to submission with. The edges are rounded, however. The U4 size board feels thick and heavy in your hand. Light shimmers on its wet surface. On the back you see the embossed letters, RCM.
Shake it.
Something rattles inside, ever so lightly. Is there a hidden compartment? And something small inside? Light, made of paper or cardboard? Or dried flowers, perhaps? Permeables. It's not hidden per se. The compartment is made for permeable materials that would get damaged if something happened to it. The plastic shimmers like lapis lazuli, but it is not see-through. You cannot see to its center. With your hands, U4-sized pages hang from the clip screwed to the top of the board.
What if I fail on 92%?
The two sides of the board appear slightly misaligned, like a drawer that's come off its slides. If you bend the plastic on your knee slowly, the slides snap back into place. It should be possible to just, without resistance or sound, the two panels move against each other. The compartment is now open. 2 ticket stubs and a handmade postcard.
Fucking kill yourself, you asshole.
2 octopuses are smiling, reaching their tentacles toward each other in the colored pencil drawings. The tickets permit access to the zoo in Revachol East. The aquarium costs extra. These let you go there, too.
Hey, yo.
Thin wax paper has been glued to a piece of cardboard. Sounds like leaves rustling when you pick it up. You see violet flowers, floral patterns, patches of glue.
Of course I'm gonna smell it first. Am I stupid?
It smells of chewing gum, apricot flavored, a touch of cinnamon, the end of summer. You think the label says tutti frutti. Familiar handwriting lines the inside of the card, looped, round letters in a woman's hand. A young woman in her 20s. There is care, effort, and a smile, you think. Although that is not something you can read from someone's handwriting. Harry, it begins.
Harry?
You're already reading. I wanted to write you a letter so you can read it when you wake up. Maybe it will make you happy. Your hand shakes, holding the card. Every morning when I step out and you're asleep behind me, it says, I find a little piece of sadness in me. I carry it in my chest, down Voyager Road. Every step I take, it grows. By the time I reach the fuel station, it has filled me entirely. I step onto the light rail and look back. Sparks fall from the bow collector. I know it will be like this until late afternoon, when I get off the 42 and walk back to you. You. Every step I take will get lighter. It almost makes me run. Sometimes I do. I can't believe I met you. I can't believe the happiness I feel with you. You have a vast, vast soul, and I will always, always, always come back to it. Kisses, kisses, kisses. You feel the air sucked out of your lungs and the blood sucked out of your head. Everything around you gets dark. Small white dots appear.
Yeah?
You feel the ledger slip from your hand.
Yeah, I'll fall sideways. Why not? Huh?
There is nothing. Again.
What?
Nothing sad, brother. No treachery, just blackout. Well, almost nothing. There is the ground below you, that's still there. And the small light that's on, fluttering, somewhere in the basal ganglia. That's me. Blue eyes, that's me. Who was what?
He speaks of the sickening longing, the unwell emotion. Even in the darkness, he's grasping for it. Still trying to hold on to the great sorrows slipping in the water. Slimy. Here in the paleomammalian cortex, we call it the shadow.
No, you don't. That's Creekflow. That's Creekflow's job.
Because it's always there.
Tell him. Tell him.
Ah, yes. In the olfactory system, they call it the apricot chewing gum scented one. It's unhealthy of them to linger on it so. But as they say, what do you do?
Yeah, man. Fuck everything. Total blackout forever. Bloated corpse of the past resurfacing.
Beautiful. Believe me, stupid ape, its lack of beauty was not the problem.
There is no Voyager Road. There are no roads, no houses, no lights in the windows. It's all on pause. You think they would let you? Until you disintegrate into biomolecules. No. Someone is breathing on your face now, inspecting your pupils, stupid idiot.
Yes, they're pouring something on you. It's in you. And
It's delicious. Glowing lights on a dashboard emerge out of nothingness.
Oh.
The upholstered cabin of Lieutenant Kitsuragi's motor carriage, seated in the driver's basket. The air is thick with leatherworks and heavy fuel oil. Cold water runs down your chin.
Drink. Water.
The water is cold, silvery, the stuff of life itself as it pours down your parched throat. The pounding in your head recedes.
Drink. You haven't drunk water in 2 days. Did you know the human body is not made to survive on alcohol alone? You need a secondary form of hydration.
With greedy gulps, you down half a liter of cold water. Some of it spills on the driver's seat. The lieutenant pays no heed to it.
What happened? You were reading your paperwork. Then you passed out. I carried you to my kinema to take you to a hospital. Then you came to. 10 minutes, maybe. That does sometimes happen.
He replies with such understanding, it's as if the burnt-out ruins of the past were an occupational hazard. Athlete's foot for cops.
You dropped these. Are you okay to proceed? Good.
Finally, back in the fray with my stupid flashlight.
The Ledger of Failure and Hatred is a special item that can be used
Oh, is
both
it?
as an interactable and a tool equipped in your held slot for skill bonuses. Find it under the Tools tab in your inventory.
Oh, is the Ledger of Failure and Hatred a special item? Oh, is it? News to me. Bro. What? What, Kim? What?
We should think about calling it a day, maybe. The nights are still miserably cold this time of year. You should take care of that, then. Let's talk to him anyway. An officer of the RCM shouldn't be sleeping in the street. We'll figure something out.
Anything interesting to say? Yeah, okay. Good.
Can I help you? Thanks. I hope you found what you were looking for. How strange. I certainly didn't put them there. Sylvie had the keys before I got here, and I can vouch for her. I can vouch for all my staff. None of us would tamper with the crime scene. I think fugue states are more your forte, officer. The trash collection service, CS Municipal. I don't see why they would put anything in the trash, though.
Ah, the elusive CS Municipal. I doubt we'll be able to track down who was sent here last and when. This will have to be one of those little threats that solves itself down the road. Thank you anyway.
Yes? Yes. Have you got it? Does that arrangement include you paying me what we already agreed you owe me?
I understand your predicament as the manager. However, I feel I must remind you that we are here to conduct an important investigation that also affects your business.
Forgive me for saying this, but your colleague seems more committed to drinking, and I mean no offense. It's really nothing personal. I just have to protect the interests of this establishment. Not until you bring me the money.
Okay. I might have something in my motor carriage we can use when you're done here.
Oh, Lieutenant. We're done here.
How do I get money? I have $18. What's up with Era 28? What is up with Era 28? What do you mean? Also, I must remind everyone I have Dark Souls brain.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
I have something here we could sell. Look in the back, in the suspect transport enclosure.
Transport enclosure? Regular people just call it the cage.
Yes, the quickscope era. What about it? What do you mean? What's up with it? That smile. That damn smile. Oh, YouTube just gaslit you. Oh shit. So sorry.
The cage at the back of the motor carriage looks rather uncomfortable. 4 shiny hubcaps are stacked against the seat. Their silver edges sparkle in the dark.
I confiscated these 4 a little while back. We can take them to the pawn shop down by the Martinez Canal. There are spinner hubcaps, frivolous things you put on your wheels. When the wheels come to a stop, the caps keep on spinning. There's no real use for them, it's just for vanity.
Honestly, that sounds like an amazing physics demonstration.
A couple of weeks ago, I stopped a young man for going slower than the speed of traffic. Turns out he was some coalition official's son and high. I took them and arrested him for driving under the influence.
I engage with Souls-like games emotionally. But I understand what you mean. Interfacing is blown away by the fidget spinners for car wheels.
I don't know. Is it? I was going to take them into evidence, but they weren't necessary for conviction. He never asked for them back.
When are we taking homosexual underground? Okay. I feel like that's timeout worthy and you can think about it. Try again. You're free to try again at a future date.
Yes, there's one 100 meters south of here. I think it's called Roy's Nest or something. If I'm not mistaken, it should be open late.
Items that can be pawned at Bird's Nest Roy's appear in your inventory under the Items tab. You can pawn these items when talking to Roy.
I know it's an actual thought in the game. I'm making a silly, saying silly things. Not silly, because I mean it.
No, that would be silly. I don't know why I kept them. It doesn't matter. I couldn't put them on this MC anyway. A cup with spinners. That would be outrageous.
He flashes a smile, barely visible in the dark.
As I said, they're useless anyway. I should have remembered I have these earlier.
The lieutenant nods as you take the spinners.
All right. Ready? I turn, you press start. It's next to the preheater.
The dashboard lights up with orange glow. The rounds per minute gauge jumps, and the engine of the police Canadian comes to life with a whiny growl. Like a leopard waking from its sleep, yawning and roaring at the same time. The lights unfold with a little click, casting electrical light onto the ground before the vehicle.
There you go. I'll turn them off from the remote once you're done. We just need to stand in front of the machine now.
As you hold your ledger's clip under the headlamp, an iridescent hologram appears. A street grid and the veins of a great river. A familiar sensation washes over you.
There she is. Revachol West.
Around the borders of the watermark are dozens, no, hundreds of micro-perforations. The rectangular watermark is overlaid with the logo of the RCM, and yet the major arteries of Revachol are all recognizable. They shimmer in the Kanema's headlights. You catch a faint glimmer from a broken beer bottle in the distance. Sounds. Two men engaged in a drunken argument, followed by the closing of some distant window.
Ah, Martinez at night. Let me see. Right here. No, it does not.
There are many of them, and they are divided into 3 separate rows. The first row has 18 dots. The next is the longest. It runs all the way around the border, and then some. You count 216 perforations. Considering that nice, large number, a wave of pride washes over you, though you can't say why, precisely. The last row has 3 perforations. That's it.
Those are perforations. They represent your record as an officer of the RCM. They are your statistics, as it were. I should have guessed you'd keep a record. Officers often do. Let's take a look.
Alpha male officers who are proud of their numbers often do. It's meant.
The first row represents your years of service. 18 years. Okay, not bad at all. What did you do before you volunteered? Fair point. Let's move on, shall we? This next row, the one that wraps all the way around, is your number of closed cases. Closed is good. It means finished. You've got, let's see... Wow, more than 200. It's quite a lot, even for someone who's been on the force for nearly 2 decades. Usually, clearing more than 10 cases a year puts you in the 90th percentile of all RCM officers. Right. Those are your confirmed kills. You've got precisely 3 perforations there. For an RCM officer, especially Precinct 41, which is in the Jamrock quarter, it's rather tame. I mean that in a good way. There are certain officers who treat their kills like some kind of ghoulish game. If they do happen to solve a case, it's usually by accident. But it seems as though you are, or at least were, one of the good ones. So we have that to be thankful for. Yes. Everyone has their own method of coping, some more effective or self-destructive than others. Personally, I find it helps to keep up a few hobbies. Oh, this and that. Let's not get into it now. Why not gardening? You've already got the gloves.
The lieutenant nods.
Right. I'll go turn off the lights.
You can now see your statistics on your journal page, to the right of the task description.
I see. I see. Oh, honor is a statistic. I was wondering if that was going to be the case because I saw that one option from earlier. It said for honor. Like that feels like a quantification rather than just a throwaway line. No significant spoilers. Yeah, I'm going like pretty blind and I'm preferring it that way. So, okay. They said south. And south is just... Why is Kuno in giant letters? I didn't... Okay, Kuno has disappeared. Oh wait, can I... invoke Kuno? Okay. So I'm assuming direction is just normal. Just south is this way. Eh? Eh? That's a trash. Wait, so we were going to the pawn shop. That's not it, is it? Oh, you think it's there? Oh. Can I open this? Oh. Wait. What do the gloves do for me right now? Just one interfacing. Fine. Style points. No, why do I have no paws anymore? If I just read this fucking sign, I would have, like, answered my question. Oh. Okay. Eh?
You see rows of toy soldiers guarding the rest of the trinkets displayed on the table. Some on horseback, others in rags, others yet in bright blue uniforms. All are stern and unyielding in their duty.
Is this guy weird?
Big men on big horses, clad in lamella armor and carrying flintlocks, the kind that would mow down a line of enemy soldiers in the blink of an eye.
I used to be very serious about my Franco-Nigerian knights.
They're not all blue. These figurines also wear gold coats and caps, complemented by orange trousers. They are variously posed, wielding swords and rifles with bayonets.
This is what the loyalists looked like, yes, at first. Then they wised up and got camouflage.
Put the rubber gloves back on.
Which ones? Ah, those. Yes, they are. I find the paint job a bit gaudy, but children like the bright colours indiscriminately.
Oh, because it get bonus to interfacing, yeah. I did throw the bull into the ocean. Indeed.
You see rows of toy soldiers guarding the rest of the trinkets displayed on the table. Some on horseback, others in rags, others yet in bright blue uniforms. All are stern and unyielding in their duty.
Little Kitsuragi. Stop talking about the twink. Let the twink stand. Let him be my bodyguard. Let him do his job.
Why? What's this? A headless man riding a horse? A headless man wearing futuristic tracksuit trousers that say found.
Oh, that's the Headless Phone Rider.
Of course.
The Headless Phone Rider. It's an urban legend about a man who rides the streets of Revachol sporting a fawn tracksuit. As you see, he's missing his head. 50 cents. Bargain price. I'll throw in the tiny cap too. I think he's looking for it, or something. That part of the story has many interpretations.
He lost his cap when he lost his head. Perhaps he's looking for the head.
That's interesting. Okay.
This set of soldiers isn't meant to look impressive. A few have rifles, but most of them carry pistols. Some even shovels and tall sticks.
You're probably talking about the revolutionaries, yes? Yes, they are soldiers. Revolutionary soldiers. I think their poverty has been exaggerated for effect. When you place them next to the royalists, it doesn't seem like they could possibly win. Maybe. If you don't mind, please put the flashlight away. Some of us have photonic sensitivities.
Photonic sensitivity is not generally acknowledged by the medical establishment.
I do appreciate it.
So I just take it off? But my flashlight, my silly flashlight. Well, at least I can just... Guess I can do that now.
It's not often that I see officers from the RC.
Why did Kim do a little shimmy? Kim did like a little Fortnite dance. What was that about? Did anyone see that? Kim was like, wee!
What can I do for you?
His courtesy is not insincere, but He prefers being alone with his projector, just watching the movement of light across the walls of the shop.
Oh no, not at all. I guess I haven't had many customers lately. RCM or otherwise.
Who are your customers usually?
All kinds of people come through here. Locals, travelers, people looking for a deal, people looking for a keepsake. People who are terminally bored. As you can see, I have a wide selection of goods for everyone to choose from. It keeps me entertained.
He's well composed, but underneath it you sense psychedelic processes bubbling. Some kind of drug, maybe. Feeling warm and enthralled by the movement of light, while the mind continues to race forward. Lucky bastard. He's probably on Parolidone. It's tough to come by on the street. A drug developed by the military to treat and prevent radiation sickness. It has psychedelic side effects, and it makes your eyes turn yellow.
I try to keep the shop at a comfortable temperature. I'm not offended, officer.
Yes, we'd like to sell these hubcaps.
Roy takes the hubcaps from the lieutenant and inspects them. The spinners appear iridescent in the dancing light of his pawn shop.
Yes, these are very, very good. Did you defraud some foreign prince for them? Jump-a-mesque banger? No matter. I'll give you 200 real.
No one was defrauded or jumped, I assure you.
Of course. I meant no offense. 200 real for you, officer.
You want me to eat the drugs?
Delightful doing business with you. Do come again.
You want me to eat the drugs? Is that what you want? The drugs? There we go. Is that better? Drugs good for passing a skill check. Are they? That actually doesn't sound like it's wrong in the context of the game. This is a Germa stream. No, it's a cocaine stream. Heinyard, you did not sleep very long. Twink cocaine. Increases some stats temporarily. That's fire. This is like some real talk. Like drugs are like, super chill. I just don't do them because I don't like being in an altered state of like mental awareness, if I can help it. So I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't do drugs or anything. Nothing against it. I just like, I don't like being in an altered state of mental space, if that makes sense. It's like an existential thing, I think.
Thank you. Here's the 130 real you need for your bill. Do not waste it.
Why is there a bong on girls? Because I'm supportive. And also, Elena Fortune, he just wanted to put it on there.
The rest is for him, to compensate for the pain of being separated from his radiant spinners.
Anytime artists I'm working with put like drugs on the cover of stuff, it's like, that's just because they wanted to. I don't really ask for them to do it. And I let them.
Anything else you're thinking of selling?
Kim, why are you turning to me? I'd like to sell my clothes. Access your pawn menu.
Anything else you're thinking of selling?
I'd like to continue with the text on top, if that's okay with everyone. No, okay. If anyone, I think it's pretty much just been all the same viewers for the past like hour or two or so. But if there happens to be like someone coming in, like walking in, and they're just like, why is that on screen? Everyone just be like, what are you talking about? There's nothing on screen. Here, wait. I'll even make it smaller. But if anyone's just like, why does it say that? Everyone just pretend that it's not there. Just be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Alright, are we agreed? Nice. Okay. Can we sell this? Is there no use for this other than selling it? You should keep it. Okay. I am a kleptomaniac.
Another time, perhaps. I doubt it, but I can try and answer any questions you may have. I do my best to keep my distance from all manner of butchery. Bad for business. Bad for everyone.
He doesn't know anything. The pawnbroker's gaze is already fixed on the dancing colors. Wow, a very large red t-shirt with an impressive print stands out from the other garb. Oh yeah, the print depicts a muscled man striding toward you, a giant sword in each hand.
I knew it was the man of
encircled
Heimdall.
by burning embers. Behind him is a cluster of cabins engulfed in flames. Beneath him are the words, Heimdall burning.
Sure, dude.
Smells like worn cotton and a little old sweat there. Worn cotton with a side of flea market or trash bin.
Sniffing is okay, but please don't try anything on. Can't have you leaving your photon emissions in the fabric of things you're not going to buy.
Drama and rhetoric are legit so helpful. Sometimes I genuinely can't tell what these people are trying to imply. This is what it's like to have little assistants when living with autism. Because I wish I had them in real life. I'm missing them. They were separated from me at birth. Wait. I can interact with the object.
A typical Martinez streetlight sits among assorted floor and table lamps. The light pole has been carefully cut, and the wiring has been redone and attached to a standard indoor plug. The light buzzes faintly, but persistently. This would make quite a statement in your living room.
I don't have a living room.
Yes, officer. As you see, it's in perfect working order.
His manner is casual, but his speech is careful, measured. He wants you to know that he has nothing to hide.
It was brought to me to be altered.
We are not here to investigate the theft of city property. You have to admit it's rather clever what he's done with it.
Kim is kind of chill.
700 real. A bargain, I dare say. There's also the matter of rewiring, but the most important transformation is the light's placement among ordinary indoor fixtures, which has adjusted its morphological field. The light became suitable for use inside the home just a few days ago.
The boomboxes on the shelf look well-loved and well-traveled. Chipped, dented, they stare at you with the unblinking eyes of their tape reels. One especially catches your eye. Deep gold and amber plastic with a big old handle on top. A classic boombox that says, Stereo 8 approved. Just make sure it works before you buy it.
Absolutely. I've tested each one myself with recordings of speech. found sounds and music from a variety of genres, even though I don't really like music.
Okay.
Is the Harman Welshi W2, made in Vespa, designed in Seoul, plays all reel-to-reel formats, 2mm, 8mm, 12mm. It's even got a little radio in there. It'll set you back 12 real. Greetings on this fine night. What brings you here? The pawn shop is always open.
Is it?
No tapes, though. I want my light back. Give me my light back. Finally, Christ.
Can I help you? Yes, have you got it? Well? Great, thank you, officer. That's all I wanted. Payment for services rendered. If you continue to stay here, I just ask that you please pay your nightly bill in advance starting tomorrow. I'll unlock the electronic lock to your room. All the doors lock automatically at 9 p.m. Please pay for each night in advance starting tomorrow. 20 real per night.
I'll take a room here too.
Of course. Always happy to have officers from the RCM as guests. Anything else I can do for you?
Hey, so we've been monitoring you internally, and now we know your Copo type. Yes. Guess what's yours?
I'm sorry you had to monitor me.
Okay, just for the length of this short demonstration, please say something that isn't, I'm sorry. Guess. What is it?
Sorry, cop? I'm sorry, I'm not
Yes,
sure.
sorry, cop. The cop who's sorriest. Let's make it official then, shall we? Oh, you know, Apocalypse, Superstellar, the advanced interesting cop, Liquid Shadow cop. But you're too sorry to say those things. So, here we go?
They should be sorry.
Yes, yes. Impotent rage and lamentation. Let's wrap it up? No, you don't. Come on. You'll be back to saying sorry in 2 minutes. Stop wasting time and begin the repentance. What? Jealous of the sorry cop? I think they'll be fine. Don't worry. They'll be super, super fine. It'll be totally okay. You can dual Copo type from sorry to anything. Wow. Okay. Fuck off. Maybe we were wrong about you then.
Fuck off.
This is the door to the room you redecorated.
Just a moment. You had some questions earlier, I believe. And besides, we should discuss our progress on the investigation. Let's go out to the balcony.
You can take me to the balcony anytime, Kim.
The air outside is brisk. The lieutenant is silent.
I mean,
for a
you dumb
moment.
twink.
He listens to the traffic hum. Then,
Where shall we begin? We should talk about the investigation, first and foremost. But I also remember you wanting to discuss the RCM? I have a cigarette every night when I go over my notes. It's something of a ritual.
Oh man, he looks so devastatingly cool with that cigarette.
Did I smoke a cigarette on stream? Okay, this is a genuine question. Can I get these two to romance? And does that begin with cigarettes? In my head, yeah. Oh. No good. That's no good. It's a confident proposition. Listen. Listen. They have great chemistry. One's the smart, useful one, the other one's a fucking moron. Try homosexual underground.
You mean this? This isn't cool. It's an unnecessary trial of will, and unhealthy.
Yet, were he to quit, he would lose the cool factor. This man relishes his cool quite a bit below it all.
I apologize, but I only brought one with me. I have exactly one cigarette every night while going over my notes. Yes, it's been a long and eventful day. Well, we didn't really look at the body. But we performed a thorough search of the premises of the crime scene. That's great.
But I'm not a sorry cop. I can't say the thing.
It's not my job to evaluate your methodology, officer. I'm just going through the facts. As for the interviews, we weren't able to find the union leader, Everard Clare, much less interview him. So that's on the to-do list for tomorrow. We didn't talk to the Wild Pines rep. We really must do that tomorrow. Above all, though, today was exhausting. What's with all the running? You run a lot. Is that a standard Precinct 41 practice? It's impressive, especially for a man your age, and in those hills. Nice shoes, by the way. I like the green. Goes with the orange.
Tell me they have dialogue for every single possible outfit you could be wearing here.
They're quite limited, actually. The power officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia exercise most frequently is imposing fines of up to 1,000 real for offenses, in accordance with an interdepartmental schedule. The RCM's primary role is to ensure safety. We are not really supposed to play any part in the economic structure of Revachol. Yes, although indirectly, as citizens can always request records from their local station. Officers of the RCM have been known to take bribes of less than the prescribed fine amount.
I do know he's called
It
Harry.
undermines trust
We
in the
encountered that lore already.
We can arrest people, of course,
He
but
looks
rather
like a Harry,
than bringing
too.
someone in directly, it's preferable to serve a station call slip. It prevents confusion and overcrowding. You can't. Those who don't show up become fugitives, though, and have fewer legal rights when they are eventually caught. It's about power projection. Thus far, they seem to mostly show up. As you may have gathered from the fact that we are expected to carry a record of our kills, like the one in your watermarks, we are permitted to use whatever force is necessary, and strongly admonished not to abuse that power. You have to supply compelling evidence for why it was necessary to use lethal force. In these cases, your partner is usually your witness. Not a good position to be in, by the way. Internal Affairs handles these cases thoroughly, by cross-examining you for inconsistencies. It is hard to cover for anyone, which is for the best. We don't convict. We arrest and send them to coalition government courts in Couron and La Delta. The prosecution works off our testimonies and records, which is why it's paramount to keep them. The coalition government, and the moral intern more broadly. The RCM was formed by the coalition government to restore order in the international zone after the revolution. So we did. Now we attempt to maintain that order. No more, no less. Or perhaps it is better to say we were allowed to form. It's a point of contention whether the citizens of Revachol or the coalition government founded the RCM. Silence. A great comment to such a conundrum. The Moralist International are the world's largest political organization. You know who they are. They have been running this place after the revolution failed. They're a union of center-left and center-right parties across the Real Belt. Our coalition government is just one of its many projects. They also run the ICP, EPIS, most intergovernmental organizations.
Do they really?
What do they believe in? They are Dolorians. They believe they continue the humanist project set forth by Her Innocence Dolores Day 4 centuries ago. Others say they are just technocrats.
Those others say they continue the humanist project set forth by Dolores Day.
Interesting question. It's a blue forget-me-not. Their motto is love, compassion, self-discipline. I think you can gauge what they want you to think of them from that.
Something kind and usual. Something almost self-explanatory. Something like the dark blue, serious color of the early night sky above.
A historic figure? The author of the modern age? You will have to look elsewhere for opinions. The subject of humanism is too abstract for me. The moral intern are a fact. I try not to have opinions on facts until they change. And it doesn't look like that's about to happen. Do you?
Interesting. Oh, yeah.
No. We are stooges of the world's biggest bourgeois organization, protecting the people of Revachol. That's the hand we were dealt. Without the MI, we would be common vigilantes. Spoken like a revolutionary, not a cop. But hypothetical aside, in Martinez we already are vigilantes. At least the Union thinks so. I expect our job here to prove quite challenging. Yeah, it's getting very cold now. Let's go.
Oh, what was that? Oh, I'm glad I didn't miss that. Okay, Timothy. Bye.
The bed is cold and not particularly inviting, but it's yours. The sheets look awful. The sheets feel at once coarse and clammy against your skin. The bed sags beneath your weight as you stretch out and finally close your eyes.
Massive text in the upper left corner of the game? It's just black for me right now. Upper text in the upper left corner. All the text is mostly in the right corner of the game.
then sleep. And then sleep doesn't come.
God damn it. This is just my life. This isn't a video game. This is not fun.
Obviously, you're in bed with your eyes closed, but it's not happening. Maybe it's the bed's fault. Its synthetic filling has separated into hard lumps. The pillowcase smells oddly. Smells of alcohol and sweat. And grease. It barely covers your toes, stretching over your soft belly. This is your body here, intimate and warm, breathing. A bit tense in the muscles. Relax, it's a little better. Colors, scenes, and half-formed phrases still litter your mind. Part of you is still trying to solve the case, isn't it? Something to do with, what was it that the lieutenant said? Union? And it's gone again. Your thoughts lost between the slowing brain waves. Something to do, something to, your breathing steadies. A great silence washes over you until your eyelids twitch in your sleep and images start forming.
What? Oh. It's like a vision. Can I walk into the no. Okay. Eh? Oh, I get it. Disco Elysium.
Do you remember the scent of your childhood? Do you remember your wife's hand on your face? Do you remember the warmth of her thighs between her legs and in her mouth? You know who I am. I'm the bad day. The one where you ask her, and then later in the streets, wandering. It's the worst day of all time, Harry dear. And it's coming. She will hear about it on the phone. Reality will turn into a grotesque nightmare. This will be the last thing you did to her. Tell me, do you remember the love of your life? Oh no, Funky baby, you stay.
Funky?
It was the rest of it that left. Or you just stood there, with one hand on the bottle and the other on your dick, watching it go. Tell me, where are your friends? Human beings have friends, Harry boy. Where the hell are yours? No, it's gone. 3 times gone and never coming back. You failed. You failed me. You failed Elysium. Everything. The pale and the Isolas. On the surface. The outer magnetosphere. Burning, furious truth. 8,000 years of written history. You really dropped the ball, Harry. 4.6 billion people.
And
You failed every single one of them. You really fucked up.
You know what I mean?
No, you haven't. You're just sleep talking. And the act is wearing thin, too. The spots on the disco ball fade around you. You'll be back in those cold snakeskins in no time, sweating up the bed.
Okay.
Stinky boy. You're not coming back from shit, thrashing around in that high conductivity state of yours. bumping into things and acting like a clown. Who are you kidding? You're trying to what? I can't hear you. This is just a word dream now. Jumbled up garbage. The pictures are gone. The bed rises to meet you. A thin, sleep-like state. More glass than velvet, grinding in your head.
So something is wrong. Sleep shouldn't be this bad, this dry, this unnourishing. There's something wrong with your thoughts. Some kind of new type of hangover.
God, there's another type.
Oh yes, party boy. And it's worse than the one before. Just think of the shit you saw. Here it comes too. So soon already. A silent alarm goes off in your head like clockwork. Barely let you sleep at all. Time to get those clothes on, Harry. Time to go to work in the shit factory.
I don't want to do that. Can I go somewhere else? Get up, idiot.
Good going, buddy.
I just had the most beautiful, uplifting dream.
Really? Because you feel even worse this morning than you did last night. You mean, why are you so tired? Too tired and down to even think? It is worrying, isn't it? It's just that your heart has finally pumped all the speed out of your system, Buster. Time to get some more. You're too weak to say no now. Waking up is the worst part. Maybe somewhere down the line you could decline. Speed is a potent central nervous system stimulant. It kept you propped up all day yesterday, despite your debilitating hangover. How else did you think you even got up from this floor? It's power, man. It's professionalism. It makes you feel like you're young again and ready to detect. Ready to go to war against the world. Are you sure? Ready to live as this pathetic shell of yourself for days? Basically, a week. Let's be honest, 2 weeks. Maybe 3. You won't make it. Half the town will be dead by then. You will be fired.
Increase the size of the drug text? Is there a setting where I can change the... Where's the volume? Yeah. Oh, there we go. See? You can do that. Okay, genuine question. Is there... Is there a downside to me saying no? To opting out? Optional side quest. Do we even have to do if you say yes? Oh, okay. Probably debuffs later. Sure. Funny drugs.
Fast recovery, man. Quick turnaround. Super detective back in action. The bed is still cold from the broken window, and not too inviting. But it's yours. You've earned it.
Okay. I think it's a very good spot to conclude for now. Probably have a lot to go, because that's just day 1. Past 2 streams have just been day 1. Wait. There's Tiberius. Lovely Tiberius. Yeah, 10 hours of this game for day 1, which is interesting. Unless it's the elf stream. I think next stream will probably just be this again. And yeah. That's I am so locked in, I don't even have anything to say about the balloon champion. The balloon champion Harry. Stinky Boy. And his sidekick twink, Kimothy. But yeah. Thanks for joining us and staring at the balloon. The balloon champion looks at the body. It's been very good.
Bye.
Bye.